Cardinal, an MC romance, Outlaw MC Book 2, written by Ethan Egorov, narrated by Randy Fuller. Outlaws Book 2, Cardinal. Chapter 1, Rafe. I walk into the club room to hear the clink of glasses and smash of the pool table. Guys all around hollering about God knows what. I still half smile because I haven't been back in a little while, and where all this noise would be annoying, I actually don't mind it. "Rafe, you're like a stranger around here," Logan shouts from the bar. He's been in the club for a long time, a loud guy with good instincts and a penchant for numbers. He helped us hide most of our illegal shit with the bar here and the shop. "Pretty much. What's been going on?" Someone gets up from their seat at the bar and I sit down. They must know who I am. People run off respect around here, and I've gotten used to it. I joined the club when I was much younger, just out of high school, and had nowhere else to go. I was slumming it in town, laying low and working odd jobs when Tank found me. I owe a lot to him, so it's kind of surreal that he's gone now. He retired to get back with his wife, play the family man again. Maybe I'm just too young to understand why, but he seemed happy about it and was okay with having me take his place as prez, which is a ton of pressure that I'm just starting to feel, being back at the club. The last thing we did together was go to a rival club, get them to stop trying to come over on our turf and figure out why they wanted to get in on drug running in the first place. It took me a couple of trips, though. The last was for a few days, but now I'm back. "Nothing much, except your kid brother being bold as all hell." He laughs and hands me a beer. I twist off the cap and take a swig as I laugh. "Yeah, he does that," I chuckle. Logan passes me a look with his cold green eyes. We haven't really spoken since I left the last time, and before that, things with the club were turning over when Tank left. Some people think it's because of what happened, but they don't know the whole story. "Did you know?" Logan asked me, and that explains the funny look he was giving me. "Not until everyone else did," I answer. He nods once and wipes down the bar where someone left. "I thought my brother would be working tonight, but I guess he isn't. I came straight here and haven't seen him." "At least no one got in a fight. I mean, guys have been after Janine since she started wearing a bra, as shitty as that is, but you see where I'm coming from. Spencer just swooped in and that was it." He laughs. I nod, too. "Yeah, I was surprised. But my brother, he doesn't follow the rules, and he's reckless." "So he really did it for love, then?" Logan laughs like it's unbelievable. "I mean, he risked the wrath of Tank for it, so that's got to say something." I roll my eyes and drink more of my beer. It is just hard to believe that Spencer was even capable of that. We didn't grow up with love in our lives at all. Now here he is, showing it off and going to visit her at college every few weeks, not running around on her. I mean, I guess I'm happy for him, but it won't stop me from being skeptical. "I guess so. Are you going to call a meeting soon?" he asks. I sigh, scratching at my jaw. It would be my first as the prez, technically. We had one with Tank, and I was there when he said he was passing it down to me, and we had to take a vote. It was unanimous, which is nice and all, but it's still pretty nerve-wracking to have the whole club on my shoulders. Yeah, let me just get settled in first, figure out what to do. No one really knows about the stuff the other club was doing. Tank and I wanted to keep it under wraps so that it wouldn't raise any panic and no one would try to play the hero. I'm just not that inclined to tell everyone that there may be another war starting. I joined the club in the middle of the last one. It's how I proved myself so fast and got to VP in less than 2 years. "Sounds good. Speaking of, here he comes." Logan whistles and waves over my head. I turn to see my brother striding in, looking all settled with his cut and riding boots for his bike. He flashes his familiar grin and sits next to me. "I didn't know you were back." We shake hands and Logan gives him a beer. "Yeah, I just drove in. You trashed my house yet?" I chuckle. He gives me a funny look after drinking some of his beer. "I moved out when Janine went to college. You didn't notice?" I shake my head. That all went down last summer, and it's been almost a year since he first got here. That's why I've been in and out so much, and I guess I haven't really been paying attention." "Oh, I guess not. Well, congrats on your own place," I chuckle. "Yeah, it's not even that great. Janine made everything purple and white. It's like walking into a women's fashion store every day," he scoffs. I laugh at him and shake my head. "That's what you get for shacking up." I chuckle. I never even thought that he would be tied down before me, that either of us would be tied down at all. But here he is, all dopey-eyed and shit. "Fuck off. You wish you were me. Imagine getting pussy any time you want and not having to worry about diseases and shit. It's gold." He drinks his beer over a smile, and Logan and I laugh. "Well, shit, now that you put it that way, I need to get started on that." Logan chuckles. "I don't think it's that easy, but you have fun with that," I retort. "Hey, as long as you're not going for the wrong girl, or you might end up with a shiner. Seriously, my jaw still hurts from Tank's hit." He grabs at his face, and I just laugh at him. I remember him coming home beat up that night, and I was worried about a concussion, so we went to the hospital. It wasn't quite a hairline fracture, but he had ice on it for days. That's the Tank I know. But he didn't know him when he first came around. Hadn't seen him in action when he was angry. So of course he did the one thing that would make him the angriest. I was worried about my place in the club after Spencer got with Janine. Worried the Tank would be pissed off and just get rid of us both. But he trusted me, knew me long enough to believe that I had no idea. But I'm not sure I would have sold my brother out. Yeah, the club is all about brotherhood and everything, but Spencer is my actual blood. I'd never have sold him out. "Speaking of, you have any plans now that you're back?" Spencer claps my back in his annoying, prying way. He often pesters me about my sex life. It's just how we are as brothers. Now I can't because he went and shacked up, but I was never one for relationships. I moved around too much, and if that's not the case, I only have room to care about one other person, and that's my brother. The rest is for a good time. Nothing I have to work too hard for. No, leave me be. Hey, I'm just glad I don't live at your place anymore. It was fun while it lasted. Okay, well, have fun paying your own rent, dumbass. I chuckle and finish my last beer. I should have another, just so I'll get to sleep easier. I love my bike, and being out in the open air sometimes it just gets me too wired. Hard to fall asleep after. That and being tied up with club business I can't even tell anyone about yet. Tank was the last person I didn't have to lie to. Now he spends his days at home working on setting up his wife's bakery. It's a small town, so I see him around sometimes. Everyone else does too. Yeah, I agree, that's not the best. Well, I have to see it sometime. I'm proud of you. I rub his shoulder, and he shrugs me off as we both laugh. I couldn't have done it without you, though. The club. That's his way of saying thank you, and I accept it. I finish up my beer and decide to head home. I like to clean up before I go to bed because I know I left the place a mess, so I should get going before I'm too tired. I see some of the other guys, Darius and Kit, are my closest friends here at the club, and I've known them the longest. Logan and I didn't really get along until a few years ago or so, but needless to say, I get along with everyone here. They're the family I never had. Growing up, Spencer and I just had messed up foster families. So there's a lot of pressure to keep the place from being swallowed up by a rival gang. I say my goodbyes and start heading home, a little upset that Spencer put ideas in my head. I mean, it would be nice to find a way to de-stress, but the process of reminding the women whose numbers I bothered keeping that coming over doesn't mean I want to be tied down is more annoying and not worth the trouble. I speed up on the long route after the highway. My favorite part of the route because of the twists and turns that take my bike to the limit. I upgraded it, and it has more thrusters, a bit more horsepower. It's my greatest possession besides my house. All those nice thoughts go away, though, when I hear the sound of sirens and see bright red and blue lights in my mirror. Fuck, I murmur, and slow the bike. I was barely speeding, but cops in this town are known to come after us for no reason. I peel off the side of the road and come to a complete stop. I lean to the side and get my license ready, just so I don't have to interact with the officer too long. I don't hate cops, but I'm painfully aware of how much they can mess up a life just because they can. Is there a problem, officer? I look up a bit. I can barely see him behind the bright light he shines in my face. I scrunch up my eyes, but it doesn't help at all. Have you been drinking tonight? I roll my eyes. Shit. A couple of beers. I'm not drunk. You were speeding. Why don't you go ahead and get off the bike for me, sir? He steps back and lowers the light enough for me to see his hard, grim face. I want to say that isn't necessary, but I don't necessarily want to get shot or something either. So I get off the bike, and he makes me walk a line and anything else he wants to bother me with. Is this really necessary? I ask when I get tired of being played. I sense some hostility, which doesn't surprise me considering. He gestures to my cut, and I scoff at him. Come on. He cuts me off by reaching for something, and I immediately shut up. But it is still nerve-wracking to know that he has so much control and can do whatever he wants. I don't want to be volatile, but this is a tricky situation. He clearly has a vendetta against the club. He isn't the first, and there's nothing I can do about it now. I'm taking you down to the station for questioning. You can't do that if I'm not under arrest. I charge back, and I wish I hadn't said anything at all, because that just makes him more upset. You're under arrest. Turn around. There are about 1,000,000 things I'd rather say to him, but none of them will keep me from being arrested, or even worse. So I turn around, wince at the cold cuffs wrapping around my wrists. All I'm thinking about is leaving my bike in the middle of the road, but once I get my phone call, at least I can take care of that. But not so much having a criminal record. He stuffs me in the back of his squad car, and I fume the entire ride. I just got back from a long, grueling disagreement with a rival club that I'm still unsure if it even worked. Now I'm on my way to jail for God knows how long. It fucking sucks. But that's my life, as I know it. Stand still, please. The bookie is a middle-aged woman with a hard face and droopy voice, like she's permanently tired or something. I turn 3 ways for the photo, and am tossed into a group cell with 3 other guys that don't seem like trouble. In fact, I look more like it with tattoos going up my neck and down my hands, and a leather jacket with the club logo on it. I'm in there for a while before I even get to make a phone call. I decide between one of the guys at the club and my brother. I don't want to look like a hypocrite in front of the other guys, or a prez who can't keep his shit together, even if it is a trumped-up charge. Who is this? Your brother, I grumble, knowing I'm going to hear it from him later. No shit. Well, isn't this a turn of events, you know? Look, can we talk about this later? Can you bail me out or not? Yeah, I'll be there. They said I gotta spend a night in here first, I tell him. Nah, that's not true. You asked for a public defender yet? He asks. I frown and look around. No. Well, get one. They can let me bail you out tonight and have a hearing tomorrow, he explains like some sort of law student. Okay. Wait, how do you know all this? I ask, even though the guard is giving me the side eye. But I get my phone call. He can wait. It's not my first time. Also, television. They'll get you another phone call too, but I'm on my way. Thanks. See ya. I hang up, taking a deep breath. I'm sure this could be a lot worse, but I'm lucky I have my brother on my side and everything. I turn to the guard. I need a lawyer, I say. He's younger, maybe my age, but he clearly hates his job like most everyone else in this place. Wait and holding. He leads the way. I don't have to be cuffed because they had sense enough to know that I'm not hostile, unlike the other cop that has it out for me. I'm left back in the cell with the other guys, trying to breathe only when I absolutely need to because of the smell. It's like this place never gets cleaned or anything, and they don't care. I'm afraid just sitting on the bench will give me a disease or something. I'm burning these jeans when I get home. I sit and twiddle my thumbs for I don't know how long. I'm tired and fucking starving. I was waiting until I got home to eat, and that was clearly a mistake. Now I'm stuck here, wishing this doesn't turn into even worse of a situation. When I really start to lose it, a guard comes and gets me, takes me to this small room with a tiny silver table and matching chair. "You and your counsel have 30 minutes to discuss your case," he says. 30 minutes? I try and see into the small glass opening, but can't see who is inside. Yep, I can't tell you how many times people have asked me that. He stands by the door and opens it. I frown, walking inside, but my frown soon falls. The lawyer sitting in the chair facing the door is a woman, a damn beautiful one at that. Her hair is this bright red that even under the yellow fluorescence casts her in this glow. Her skin is pale, smooth. Her face has small features, but full, plump, kissable lips, which she's biting on the lower one right now as she looks over the paper in front of her. The blue button-up she has on strains against her breasts at the center. I glance under the table to see she's wearing a skirt, and her legs are crossed, rounded thighs with the same pale, smooth skin she has. I realize I'm standing here, staring, and she hasn't looked up yet. "Hi there." I find it in me to smirk, and she still doesn't look up. After all that's happened today, the last thing I want to do is smile and be nice, but she makes my chest light. I breathe easier, even though this room also smells like burnt lemon and stale cheese. "Hi, we don't have long, so just take a seat and tell me what happened." She flips the paper over and scribbles something, still not looking up at me yet. I frown, thinking it's weird, and take a seat. I get close enough to her to see a light dusting of freckles on her nose and under her eyes. She has glasses, black-rimmed, librarian type, and some of my thoughts stray to other things, but I rein them back in. "Do you try not to look at all your clients?" I clear my throat. Her small hands stop moving, and then she finally looks at me. "No, She stops, swallowing hard. I want to laugh because I'm not surprised at all. I get it a lot. I have a nice face. The tattooed biker thing just adds to it, which would explain the redness in her cheeks now, the way she starts biting at her lip again. "We, don't have much time. Just tell me your side of the story and your plea, and we can move this along." Her voice falters, a soft, even tone that reminds me of honey falling off a spoon. Except this one has red hair and smooth, pale skin that makes my fingers itch. "I was driving home when I got pulled over, and the officer had me do a breathalyzer and some competency tests, and then he just decided to arrest me, basically." I take a deep breath and rub at my eyes, leaning across the table. She tenses up and leans back in the seat, her eyes falling from mine to the paper. "Okay, that's not exactly what the cop says happened." She reads off the paper, and I reach for it, but she pulls it back. "What do you mean?" I lean forward. Her eyes catch mine again, and she pauses a bit, her lips falling open. "I mean, he says you attacked him, that he thought you were being hostile. So the official charge is still a DUI, but the judge might give you the max because of what the cop said," she explains. "That's bullshit. I didn't attack anyone." I get defensive. She tenses up again and her eyes shift. It's when I realize she does this all the time and has probably run into some violent people. "Look, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not like these other guys you see coming in and out of here. I'm just pissed because I know that he's lying. He has it out for me. Thank you for helping me anyway." I sit back and remind myself not to make sudden movements. She relaxes a bit, her lips going from a firm line to half smiling. "You're welcome. I mean, it's my job. But if that's the case, then this might be a long road forward. The most I can do right now is get you out on bail. Are you pleading not guilty?" she asks. "Hell yeah." I chuckle once. She half smiles and curls her lips in to hide it. "Okay, so that's good." She shuffles her papers and gets shifty. "Are you new at this or something?" She widens her eyes at me. "No, I'm not. I just am, a little nervous." "Because you're new at this." I chuckle once. She shakes her head and half laughs, but doesn't mean it in a humorous way. "Sorry, it's inappropriate for me to, it's nothing." She adjusts her glasses, and I stare in her warm blue eyes for a second. They're like half gray or something, too. What's nothing?
Paige Travers. Sorry, I guess we skipped that part.
She reaches out to shake my hand, and I do, closing around her small, soft hand. It'd be stupid if I ignored how that felt, but I have to, when I pull away. Roland Layton. My full name sounds foreign even to me, since everyone at the club calls me Rafe.
So, unfortunately, I can't get you out on bail tonight, but I'll push for an early hearing tomorrow, and I'm confident you can get out on bail. You have no priors and a clean record.
Good. In the worst-case scenario? I ask. She blinks and clears her throat.
People don't usually ask that.
I like to have all the information. I try not to let my eyes rove over her body too much, because she seems uncomfortable, but I can't help it. Her skin looks so smooth, my mouth waters at it, her tits fighting the fabric of her shirt. She's too pretty for my own good.
Well, the judge could deny bail. I really don't see that happening, though, and the cop could go on record forcing the charges to be added to, but no one wants that kind of paperwork. You'll be fine.
She shrugs, like it is nothing. I suppose for anyone else, it might be. But that cop clearly has it out for me and my club, and he has the law on his side. I'm starting to think this is going to be a lot worse than I'm prepared for.
Chapter 2. Paige. I sealed the last roll of tape over the large brown box, groaning at the tape running out with annoyance. There are still 3 boxes left to close, and I don't trust the moving van to get it across town safely. Those things are unreliable, as much as a steady job and fiancé are. It sucks that I have to pick up my life and move at the drop of a hat, that it's me who has to uproot my life, but I decided this would be better, a new start. Granted, the small town didn't have any private law offices, and I'm giving up 6 figures a year and track to partner to do it. But change is good. I'm leaving the city life for something better. I just hope it isn't as drab as packing up all my stuff is. The apartment I got probably won't even fit all of it. Leaving this house to downsize will be easier to clean anyway. I'm about to head out and buy more tape when I hear a car in the driveway. Crap, I groan under my breath. It was all supposed to go so smoothly and without having to confront him. But I should have known better, considering this is his place and everything. My name was never on the mortgage statements, the utilities. Nothing about me is here anymore. I ignore the sinking feeling and force myself to walk outside. My car is parked in the driveway, and he thankfully didn't park behind it with his shiny, over-the-top Beamer. I knew better than to get involved with one of the managing partners. It blew up in my face, to say the least. It wasn't my fault, but that doesn't hurt any less, knowing that it was all his. "Hey, Paige, I thought you'd be gone by now." He walks up the rock path to where I'm leaving the front door. The sun beats down over us, and I squint up at Jason, my handsome, rich, charismatic, cheating ex-fiancé. "I thought so too. I still have some stuff to pack up. I'm just going to get more tape," I explain. It was so hard to talk to him in the beginning, especially when I tried to make it work after I found out. I confronted him about it. He hadn't come clean, but he apologized, and I believed him. But I felt humiliated at work. She was one of the legal consultants at the firm. Soon, everyone knew, and they all took his side, even though it was so wrong. Even though he proposed to me in front of all of them, they clapped and cheered, and my life was perfect. Until it just wasn't. "Oh, okay. I could have hired someone to pack your stuff for you," he offers. He talks to me like he didn't do anything wrong at all, like we are just back to normal. "That's fine," I say. I didn't grow up rich and privileged like him, with a guaranteed career and Ivy League admittance. I worked for everything, beat the odds by even getting a job at one of the most prestigious firms in the country. And then he happened. I'm a lawyer, supposed to have good instincts. I didn't with him. "Okay, you're driving yourself?" He gestures to my old car that always stayed in the garage. I'd been with him for 2 years, engaged for the last 4 months, before it all went belly up a month ago. But I moved in with him after a year, when he offered me one of his spare cars that I could pay off my student debt, which he already did. It was hard to decline the offer, considering my car hasn't seen an oil change in years. "Yeah, I'll be fine, Jason. Not like you actually care. I'm sure you're just counting the hours until you can move Lisa in." I scoff and move around him, not wanting to continue this conversation anymore. "That's not true, Paige. I do care. I mean, I planned on spending the rest of my life with you until—" He cuts himself off. Good thing, too, because then I don't have to. I unlock my door. It takes some jostling, and he stops me from getting in the car. He gets close, and I smell his familiar cologne and look up at his blue eyes. "I never meant to hurt you." "But you want her instead." I don't even know why I say that. I've washed my hands of him, but part of me will always wonder if we could have made it work. I met him when I was young and new to practicing law. He's older and more experienced, and I never knew why he wanted me, but for a while he did. We were going to get married and spend the rest of our lives together, and now that's just gone. It's hard to believe something like that can just grow legs and walk away. I don't know how it happened. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry that you have to be a public defender now," he adds, trying to be funny, but I don't find him that way anymore. "I'm giving back to the community. Don't worry, I'll be out of here by tonight." I get in my car and drive away, forcing myself not to look back. As I suspected, my apartment is small, but it's cozy, and I'm excited to at least decorate it my way. The first place I had was cheaper, and I got my decorations from a superstore. Then came Jason's generic man-who-lived-alone-for-years type of house. Now I get a fresh start, and at least there are no bugs. It takes 5 or 6 trips to get all my stuff into the second floor. It's a workout by the time I'm done, but I hate waking up with stuff to do or go to bed without having done it. I finish unpacking. Since I sublet the place, the furniture's already here, and it's nice. I dress the bed and make up my room, so the first sight I get of it won't match the turmoil I feel. Once I get ready to go to sleep, though, tears start to threaten my eyes. I've cried a lot since finding out about Jason and Lisa, then trying to mend us only to have things end so badly. But I try not to cry over him any longer. When I fail, I tell myself it's from being worried about my new job, about my career in corporate and private law going down the drain. I don't have anything against public defenders. The pay doesn't matter to me either, but it will be hard to branch out from it unless I open my own firm. I have to force myself to think of something else, anything else, just dreading tomorrow coming. When it does, I'm disoriented about waking up in a new place until I remember everything. That cloud of dread falls over me again, but I force it away. I have to stop feeling sorry for myself and dwelling on the past. It will only bring me down. I focus my attention at getting ready for my first day at a new place. Law is pretty much the same, but it is a little different with criminal law. I read up on it, finding stories about public defenders being overworked and sometimes even attacked by more violent criminals. Corporate law doesn't feature the same risks, so I'm going in blind. "Miss Travers, glad to have you here." My boss comes from around his desk to shake my hand. He's older, with a cherry-red face and rotund belly. He doesn't have an office. It's more of a separate area of the wide room with about 15 other desks where people sit and work, some of which stared at me on my way in. I know I dressed well, blue button-up and black skirt that isn't too tight, but my body shape makes anything look inappropriate. Maybe that's why Jason even wanted me in the first place. And then he grew bored. "Thank you." I pull myself from my thoughts and smile back, wiping my hands on my skirt when he turns around. "I can show you to your desk and have someone show you the ropes for today, but I remember your qualifications being astounding. You shouldn't have a problem. We'll give you some easy cases for today, though." I nod and thank him, and he does just that. It's another young woman that shows me around. She must be close to my age or so and has a kind face, dark brown hair and a ponytail. Her desk is right next to mine, too, and we get around the small talk for a while. Before lunch even rolls by, I have 3 cases stacked on my desk by one of the aides. It happens this fast? I ask aloud, staring at the 3 thick files. Kayla, the girl who was just showing me around, laughs and turns in her office chair. Yep, they might just be dogging you because you came from private law, but that won't happen for much longer. How did word get around that fast? I make a face. She giggles. It just does around here. Those look like priors, though. Otherwise, they aren't usually that big. You want some help? She asks. I glance at the equally large stack she has and shake my head. No, might as well go in all the way, I answer, lifting the manila file on top. Okay, let me know if you need help. She smiles and turns back around. I'm surprised since no one wanted to help each other at the firm. They all just wanted to stack the most cases, bring in more money to get noticed by the partners. It was a shark tank. I did well in it, but only because I kept my head down and didn't try to compete with anyone but myself. Needless to say, I didn't have many friends, since the partners were always congratulating me. I would have been a partner in 3 more years, maybe, if I hadn't isolated myself, if they hadn't taken Jason's side over mine. The cases distract me from all that, though. They let me be a lawyer again, one that finds out how sad things really are. It's not all lawsuits and disgruntled customers suing corporations. Staring at a file on a single mom arrested for shoplifting insulin for her kids feels shitty, especially when I know I won't even get much time with her case. The other 2 are guilty as hell, but that's beside the point. When do people usually leave? I ask Kayla. It passed dinner time and I still haven't eaten. Neither has she. A few others have left, but the majority is still here. I was in and out of the jail and only went to court once. Apparently, the person in my role before me left abruptly and left cases open that were evenly divided amongst the rest. I only got this because my old professor at law school had a contact. She thankfully hadn't asked why I needed to start my life over. When the cases are all gone, or whenever they want, some are better than the others. Once you get into a groove, though, you kind of stick to it, she explains. Then she starts packing up. All my stacks are gone for the day, so I start packing up too. My boss doesn't get the hint that it's time to go because he comes personally and hands me a file. I know it's your first day, but I was hoping you could handle this. He's a friend of mine and it should be an easy case, he finishes. He has this shifty demeanor to him, and I don't think he is suspicious as much as nervous and keeps staring at my chest. Sure. I take the file, as I'm already standing, and glaze over it. No priors, the arrest record is there, and booking information. It does look fairly easy. I learn quickly. If the arrest record is clean and there are no priors, I'm looking at easy bail and no jail time. They don't need overcrowding to get any worse. Plus, it's marked as a traffic violation and nothing else. Thanks. See you tomorrow, Kayla. He waves to her and hobbles off. She gives me a funny look. Sorry. See you tomorrow. She grabs her purse and walks off in her brown flats. I decide that tomorrow I won't wear heels. I'll wear a pantsuit like her. I still have to be presentable in court, so I can't go too loose. I sigh at the file in my hand, already wanting to be home, eating takeout, but I keep my work face on and head to the jailhouse, where he currently is. I notice the holding on his record. It sucks he has to stay in jail overnight, but most DUIs do that. They can get very serious for no reason. The guy doesn't even sound violent. I glaze over his name and booking photo. Wow. Mugshots are supposed to make you look like crap, but this looks like a glamour shot. And I don't want to judge, but the tattoos going up his neck make him look incredibly violent. Something about his eyes changes that, but it's in black and white. I think I'm just telling myself things. You can wait in here, the bookie says to me, after leading me through the jailhouse. I've somewhat adjusted to the wandering eyes and sense that there are some pretty violent people in here, but it's a small town. It shouldn't be that bad. Thank you, I murmur, and take a seat in the silver chair. The interrogation room thing has grown familiar. I'm used to conference rooms with pour-over coffee and the smell of pastries in the air, but old cleaner and scent of 100 people in and out of the room pushed through. I busy myself with the case while waiting for him. I don't get long, and I have to speed read like back in college. I'll have to get better at getting to the point. I spent too long on the single mom's case, talking about her life rather than the case, but it might help me defend her better that way. After all, juries are just people like me. I start to think he isn't coming until I hear the door swing open. If I look up right away, the photo staring at me will come to me in person, and then I might get distracted. I know enough to know that hot guys make my brain go fuzzy. The whole glasses and red hair thing didn't work for me in high school or college. I had to learn how to make other people seem equal to me. But I see him out of the corner of my eye, a tall, imposing figure on thick black boots, wearing a leather jacket and jeans. But I'm not looking at him directly to see much more than that. Only that once he enters the room, he commands the space, even though he is the one that needs me. The door slams shut, and he is still standing there. I don't know if he's staring at me or in shock. Maybe he's fazed about being arrested. But I read the same sentence over and over until I remind myself I'm here to do a job, that he's just a man.
Hi there.
His deep voice fills the room. I forget all about what I resolved in that moment, start chewing on my lip like I'm some sort of dud. He walks forward, and I tense up in the chair, the cold metal hitting my thighs where my skirt doesn't cover. I cross my legs, but it doesn't do much. I start fidgeting with the papers just to have something to do. It's just a voice, I tell myself. Hi, we don't have long, so just take a seat and tell me what happened. I turn the paper over and circle the date, also writing the cop's name down. I push my glasses up my nose and realize my hands are shaking a bit, so I occupy myself with the papers again.
Do you try not to look at all your clients?
He clears his throat, and I feel it down in my groin. It doesn't make sense. I've come face to face with lots of men before in the workplace, even the clients, but none of them have made me feel like this. Not even Jason, who asked me out on a date before he even knew my last name. I wasn't nervous then, but right now my pulse is pattering, and it isn't because I'm new to the job. So I look up, and my breath stills. He has a hard, rugged face, yet something is soft about him, and I think it comes from his eyes. They're a dark color that may be gray or brown. It possibly could change in the sunlight. But I swiftly remind myself I will never be seeing him when the sun is out. His brows are thick and furrow over his eyeline. I follow it down to his angular nose, pointed over a set of full pink lips that he's scowling with, or trying not to smirk with. I am just trying to look less like a deer caught in headlights, staring at this sexy as sin man. It has to be his tattoos that add to it, dark and light grays and black designs, swirling down the sides of his neck and disappearing in his shirt. The leather jacket he has on with some sort of emblem on the front wraps his muscular arms, and I can only imagine what he looks like underneath. I sit here with my body tremoring, and I try to find my brain again. No, I stop and swallow hard, my mouth suddenly very dry. I blink hard and feel my face heating, and I wish I weren't so pale because I know he notices it. We, don't have much time. Just tell me your side of the story and your plea, and we can move this along. I try to make my voice firm and steady, but it just shakes even more. I haven't been actually nervous like this since junior high, maybe, before I accepted the fact that I have freckles and glasses. Plus, I was always in the library studying. The guys there didn't look like this at all. I was driving home when I got pulled over and the officer had me do a breathalyzer and some competency tests. Then he just decided to arrest me, basically. He releases a deep breath and falls forward on the table. My first instinct is to move back, and my eyes are still trapped with his. I think over what he said, and while it sounds like he is leaving something out, it doesn't necessarily mean he is lying. At least it doesn't feel like it. I already had my instincts tell me that 2 people lied today right off the bat, so that will be hard to defend. But he sounds truthful. Okay, that's not exactly what the cop says happened. I look down to read off the paper, and his hand comes out reaching for it. I put it down because him reading it will just take more time. I watch the elongated veins of his hand flex and pulse, but can't find it in me to give it to him anyway. I may be flustered, but I'm not weak. What do you mean? He leans in, and I get caught in his gaze again. I think he's trying to use it against me, but I beg it not to work. My mouth falls open, and I find my words. I mean, he says you attacked him, that he thought you were being hostile, so the official charge is still a DUI, but the judge might give you the max because of what the cop said. I explained to him, further reading the cop's report of what happened. It's good I haven't been able to look at him. I spend more time reading this over. The others I had to just glaze over. Some of the transcripts can go on for pages. That's bullshit. I didn't attack anyone. He gets defensive. A high raise in his tone makes me blink fast and sink as far back in the chair as I can. I think he realizes it when his face softens and a pulsing vein in his neck stops. Look, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not like these other guys you see coming in and out of here. I'm just pissed because I know that he's lying. He has it out for me. Thank you for helping me anyway. He sits back and I start to believe him even more, almost all the way. But it still sounds like something fishy is going on. I bet it has to do with the gang-type symbol on his jacket, if that's what it is. The note is that he was on a motorcycle, and I think he might be in one of those clubs. But it could just be the fact that I watch too much TV, too many fictional shows. I relax, and my lips curl up in the smile I tried to hide. He is kind of charming under this rugged demeanor he has. You're welcome. I mean, it's my job, but if that's the case, then this might be a long road forward. The most I can do right now is get you out on bail. Are you pleading not guilty? I ask him. I'm getting good at this already. Hell yeah? He chuckles once, releasing a breath. His eyes shift, and I can tell he is surveying me more than just looking at me. But it doesn't feel disgusting and invasive like when other men do it for some reason. He forces his eyes back to mine before I can dwell on it too much. I half smile and then stop myself by moistening my lips and pulling them under my teeth before I respond. Okay, so that's good. I shuffle around my papers and try to put them in order. The longer I sit in front of him, the more I feel the heat clouding my senses. The energy he's giving off is very distracting, and I don't know if it is just me, but he has been calm, and even this entire time, before getting a bit defensive earlier. Are you new at this or something? He asks. I widen my eyes, hoping he wouldn't be able to tell or even notice what I'm doing. He doesn't have a prior record, so I didn't imagine he would know the process. But I guess my looking down a bunch and shuffling papers doesn't instill much confidence. Still, I don't want him to know this isn't my forte. No, I'm not. I'm a little nervous. I lie, which is still most of the truth. Because you're new at this. He chuckles, which kind of lightens the mood a bit. But I can't imagine he would be so lax if he didn't have confidence in me. Anyone about to possibly be arrested might have less jokes, but he doesn't. I shake my head and laugh it off. I'm being completely ridiculous. He's a client that is trusting me to be professional and do my job, but I'm sitting here flustered and acting like a first-year law student. It isn't fair to him, whoever he is. In all my reading, I somehow missed that part, and now it would look foolish of me to check. Sorry, it's inappropriate for me to, it's nothing. I adjust my glasses and push them up my nose, scrunching it up. A habit that I got rid of has now come back in these few minutes. I checked the clock, and it's already been about 20 minutes. I don't have any other cases left tonight, but it is still late, and I have to be back in early tomorrow. What's nothing? He asks, and I wish this line of questioning would just be gone. But he hiked his voice up, like asking for my name. Paige Travers. Sorry, I guess we skipped that part. I clear my throat and reach out to shake his hand like I should have done in the beginning, but as I suspected, his hand is warm and calloused. There aren't really any soft parts, but he feels soft against my skin for some reason. and his hand is so much bigger than mine that it's laughable. He has tattoos on the back of his hand, too, the same type of colors as on his neck. "Roland Layton," he tells me. I swallow at the sound of it. For some reason, it doesn't really match him at all. "So, unfortunately, I can't get you out on bail tonight, but I'll push for an early hearing tomorrow, and I'm confident you can get out on bail. You have no priors and a clean record." I get back to business. "Good. And the worst-case scenario?" he asks. And for the first time, he sounds worried. He didn't really do anything, in my opinion at least. He doesn't appear drunk, and I believe that he didn't attack that cop. I wonder why they would lie about it in the first place. I blink in response, a bit shocked at it. People don't usually ask that. They ask how long it will take, when they can go home, but never about it turning out bad, or how bad it can be. I like to have all the information. He blinks and drags his eyes up and then down my body quickly again. I swallow at the feeling of heat all over my body, but it is short-lived when his eyes are back on mine. "Well, the judge could deny bail. I really don't see that happening, though. And the cop could go on record forcing the charges to be added to, but no one wants that kind of paperwork. You'll be fine," I tell him confidently, but he doesn't seem to think so. I could say the same about my life right now, but after today, I decide that's just what I have to keep telling myself, that I'll be fine. Chapter 3. Rafe. Jail is no fun at all. I make a mental note to never end up here again, but clearly I have no control over that. Even if I hadn't been slightly speeding or having drank before, that cop would have found a way to get to me. I'm no stranger to guys not liking the club and what we do, cops especially, but I forgot that it can get me in real trouble. Then all that went out the window when I met Paige, though. She's refreshing. So different from the other chicks around the bar, ones I used to know. She's obviously smart, because she's a lawyer. I tried to focus in there, but she's so damn gorgeous, it was hard to. That red hair and pale skin, the sight of it drove me crazy, along with her soft voice and soft demeanor. It's like she didn't belong in that room at all. She probably doesn't. I don't buy that she's been doing this for a long time, though, even though she wanted me to believe it. I was able to visit with Spencer, but only for a few minutes. I just told him I couldn't get out on bail and reminded him not to tell anyone about this. He'll be at the club tomorrow, and I know the guys are nosy, so I told him I would get myself home. All I can do is hope that the bail hearing goes well tomorrow, and that Paige was right. The night is uncomfortable as hell. The mattress is just a sad lump, and the room feels like a stale box. I inhale the leather of my cut I use as a pillow so the smell isn't permanently etched in my brain. I wake up sore and pissed off that this all even happened. I'm given disposable hygiene products in the morning, and that's it. I wet my hair, as it got pretty messed up over the night, and hope the judge doesn't judge me based off my leather jacket and tattoos, like most everyone else does. Paige didn't seem to have done that, though. She actually listened to what I had to say and didn't assume that I was lying or something, which I was appreciative of. But now I just hope this will actually go my way. Wait here. I'm left in a room by the bookie again after going to the courthouse. It's a small cell with a bench that hurts my ass, but I sit anyway. I look up and watch the door swing open when I see her. It's Paige, sliding in with a huge black leather binder packed with case files. I didn't know the business professional look was this attractive, but it is on her. She has pants on today, though, gray slacks that hug the curves I didn't get to see yesterday. And they are mighty fine, too, from her full thighs to rounded hips. A black button-up is tucked in. Her button's a little tighter today, too, but her tits still look amazing as hell in them. Her eyes scan the room, and she finds me, her steps slow, but I notice her glasses more, trapping her soft gray eyes in them. Her vibrant red hair is up in a ponytail, which shows off more of her smooth skin and elongated neck. No good for my concentration today. I watch her full lips purse up as she stops in front of me, behind the metal bars. I get as close as I can and half grin at her. "Good morning, Paige." I turn it into a full smile and watch her blush farther, fidgeting with the binder. I decide I shouldn't distract her and rein it in a bit, as this is my case after all. "Good morning, Mr. Layton." She adjusts the binder to hold it in front of herself and clears her throat. "You can call me Roland." I chuckle once. If I remembered my dad, I would tell her my dad is Mr. Layton or some shit like that, but it wouldn't be true. I have no idea who he is. Probably a deadbeat like some of the other criminals in here right now. "Okay, it's just more professional that way, for the judge," she explains, looking up at me. I lean against the bars and smirk at her, unable to help myself. "So you can call me Roland in private, then?" Her eyes widen, and she stutters over her words. "Sure. Anyway, this is just a simple bail hearing. You'll read your plea out, and the judge will most likely grant bail for a certain amount. I hope it's not too high, but if you need to put up your house as collateral, that works too. Is anyone coming to get you after?" she asks. I hear everything she says and am convinced it will be fine. I tell myself it will, so I try to get her to loosen up a bit. "No. Can I leave with you?" As my lawyer, I mean. I cross my arms and stare down at her. Her cheeks darken even more before she firms her lips. "Do you not care about your case at all?" she accuses. I chuckle once. "It's in good hands with you, isn't it?" I raise my brows. "You'd better not be this smug in front of the judge. She's a hard hitter and doesn't go easy on people," she tells me. I guess to try and scare me, but it doesn't work. I know how to play people up. I do half of that for the club. "Look, we both know I'm telling the truth and that I'm not guilty." "Fine." She shrugs her shoulders. "We just wait for our turn," she adds. I nod once. "You don't have any other clients today?" I ask her. She blinks and bites at her lip again. "What, I can't ask you questions either?" I chuckle. She shakes her head. "No, I'm, nothing. I don't have any new ones yet. The others don't have trial dates set." I nod. "Oh, okay. So I have you all to myself." I shift in my boots and she gives me a funny look. She smiles to herself before shaking her head. "I hope you aren't flirting with me, Roland," she says. My name falls off her lips, and I'm convinced I have to hear it when it's breathy and begging me for more. But I stow away those thoughts and focus on the situation at hand. "Would that be such a bad thing?" I chuckle. Yeah, it would. I'm your lawyer. I should be focused on the case." "Yeah, and I'm the case. Just tell me something." I narrow my eyes at her as I smile. She licks her lips and twists them as she thinks before eventually giving up. "Okay," she sighs. I come as close as I can and notice her leaning in closer too. "Was yesterday really your first day?" I ask. Her eyes widen in that same way before she blinks and clears her throat defensively. "Yes, but I've been a lawyer for a long time, just in private law," she explains, and I laugh aloud. "No shit, you're one of those briefcase-wearing snobby lawyers?" I accuse, and she juts back in response. Before she can, though, the door swings open and we're called in. I kind of wish that wasn't the last thing I said to her. It's the same thing that people do to me, assume that I'm a violent lawbreaker and nothing else. And she didn't even seem like that, but I don't have time to relay that fact before we're called into the courtroom. It goes as she suspected. I plead not guilty and request bail, and the state agrees that it was nonviolent and isn't really worthy of taking up a spot in jail until the trial date is set. I hope I can just plead out or something or make a deal, but that's down the line, and if Paige didn't bring it up, then I'm not going to worry myself over it. "Thank you, Your Honor," I say respectfully, after I'm released on a $10,000 bail. That isn't so bad. I have money saved and I don't need to take out a bond. And Paige doesn't need to know I make my money doing less than legal things. Since I don't really spend it, no one notices. I glance at her on my way out, and the front she put up for the court is gone. "Look, I'm sorry about what I said. Thank you for getting me out on bail," I tell her, and refrain from adding how sexy it was while she talked about a bunch of legal shit that made my head spin.
Don't worry about it. You'll get a letter in the mail for your trial date. See you then. She moves to walk away, and I call after her, but she doesn't respond. I did piss her off, and I should worry about it. Women. The bookie takes me to get my belongings, and I stand outside the courthouse, prepared to call a cab or something, but those never run and take hours. Not even the bus can get me to the tow building where my bike is. Spencer is at the bar, and I'm not asking anyone else, having them know what happened. To say I'm pissed would be an understatement. I walk down the steps, angry, until I see a familiar swing of red hair. Paige.
Chapter 4. Paige. I leave the courthouse feeling 10 degrees hotter than when I went inside. I never thought of what would happen if I came face to face with a client like that. Perhaps because I've had training to that effect and I learned how not to see clients as real people. I hadn't learned how to not notice my coworkers, which is why I'm here in the first place. An Ivy League undergraduate, best law school in the country, and most prestigious internship and associate job. Then this is where I end up. Public service is good, a lot of genuine people that can't afford legal counsel, but this is something I don't think I prepared for. I tell myself that all I have to do is get him out on bail tomorrow and then never see him again. From the looks of it, the judge could just drop the charges altogether. In fact, I might push for it myself, just so I don't have to be in the same room alone with him again. It's too unnerving. Roland is way too pretty for my own good. And not just pretty, hot as sin. Those tattoos and his wry smirk play in my head, even as I lay my head down to sleep. Which is usually the worst time. I get to thinking about Jason and what he did, about sleeping alone for the first time in 2 years. The past few months haven't gotten any easier. Now I have to think about a man whom I know nothing about, only that he looks like something out of a motorcycle club film. And I thought Hollywood always overdid those. I'm glad that once I wake up and go through my morning routine, my phone rings with a call from a good friend of mine, whom I only talk to every once in a while after leaving college. "Hey, Lauren," I answer and put her on speaker while I fix up a bowl of oatmeal. It's not because I'm budgeting more now. I'm just one of those people who can eat oatmeal by choice. "Paige, I just walked by this guy that looked exactly like our political science professor, and I had to call you," she chimes in her soft voice. "I'm glad that's what it takes for you to call me," I laugh, cringing at the memory of that professor. He was bald and pudgy, not a good sight at all, especially since he smelled like horseradish. "Shut up, you know I call you. How was the move?" she asks. I hear her walking around the streets of New York, where she went to medical school after graduation. She's in her last year and is always busy, which is understandable. "It was okay. The drive wasn't that bad, and I unpacked everything last night." "Oh, that's good. I know how you like to do everything at once." "What about work, though? Is the public defender life anything like the movies?" I giggle. "Honestly, it kind of is. Really busy all the time, but none of the defendants are that bad." I trail off, flashes of Roland hitting my brain again. I sigh and take a bite of my oatmeal to occupy myself. "That doesn't sound very convincing at all," she laughs. "Well, I mean it. What about medical school?" "It's my last year, so I'm just waiting on my matches to come up. I can come visit in the break that I have. We could do something," she suggests. But for us, that always goes one of two ways. We plan and it falls through, or we never plan at all. Adult life is just busy, and it's nothing like college. We were roommates and never had to plan anything. "Yeah, that sounds great. I'm glad you called." "Of course. I just wanted to check on you. I know things have been hard with Jason and whatnot. I hate that guy." "I'm right there with you," I laugh, but it doesn't reach a smile because it's still kind of raw. "I hope it gets better. Hey, I have to catch this subway, so I'm going to lose you, but try to text me more. I forget to, but I'll reply if you do," she laughs. I agree with her, and we hang up shortly after. I finish breakfast and go find something respectable to wear for work. Something that reminds me I'm not trying to look nice for Roland's bail hearing. I have dozens of other clients. I'm looking nice for them. which is what I tell myself. I settle on a black button-up and gray slacks, tie my hair into a ponytail since the air conditioning sucks in the building and I don't want to overheat. Frizz is what full-bodied big red hair does in warm temperatures. I hate it, but I've grown to manage it. The drive is short. Since I found a place downtown, it's finding parking that makes me 2 minutes late, which sucks since this is only my second day, but my boss doesn't notice, and neither do the other lawyers in here. Kayla walks in with 2 lattes from an upscale coffee place and sets it next to my stale free coffee here. This for me? I half smile at her, looking up in shock. She grins at me. Yeah, you're the only person that doesn't irritate me around here. She sits at her desk in front of me, dropping her bag down. She has on a vibrant purple skirt suit, which I think is a little overdressed for this place, but that could just be me. Give me a few months. I look at the emblem and then sip the latte. This is like an $8 latte, I tell her, implying that I know how much we both get paid per year. This can't be a regular thing. My parents are rich and still bankroll my life, just like being a lawyer, helping people. She shrugs. Thanks. I mean, you came from corporate law. That must have been cushy. She sips her drink and spins her chair around to face me fully. Neither of us have anything on schedule yet, cases, I mean, but the bail hearing is in 30 minutes. Maybe I shouldn't have this latte and get my heart rate up any higher than it needs to be. But I think all of this to avoid her question. Back in corporate law means back with Jason, and I haven't been able to separate the two yet. Yeah, it was. So why leave? Did you get a sudden call to serve? She giggles. I grin and sip more of the latte, vanilla, which is my favorite flavor. No, I just needed to leave. Personal stuff, I guess, I tell her. I feel like she sees right through it. I mean, she is a lawyer, after all. I bet that was rough. I mean, this is a great gig and all, but I'm sure you know already. She laughs. I nod. Yeah, I know. Thanks for the latte. I have to start getting ready for this bail hearing, and I don't want to talk too fast. I laugh once, setting the drink down and gathering my brief folder up. No problem. Good luck. It would take more than luck to get me through this, though. When I see Roland, all those thoughts from yesterday come forward. He is just as sexy and attractive, even behind bars, and in the same clothes as yesterday. It is too early in the morning. All my defenses must be down because I succumbed to conversation with him. It doesn't feel like talking to other men. The ones that I'm used to would only ask questions to make sure I could make them look better in front of their colleagues or friends. Jason did it, and it took me too long to notice. But Roland isn't like that. His future is basically on the line, and he's asking me these things like it would better serve him than to focus on his bail hearing. But I am a good lawyer. I can focus when I need to, even after looking in his cold gray eyes like they could set me on fire. But I should have known as much before he asked the one thing that I hate the most. No shit. You're one of those briefcase-wearing snobby lawyers? His voice rises, and his brows cinch like he is accusing me of being a thief or even a murderer from the looks of it. I frown at him, and the half-smile I was holding falls from my face. He pulls back as he realizes what he said was probably a dick move, but not too soon before we are called into court. He has to stay behind bars while I argue at the stand, but I still feel like I'm trapped right under his heat again. Still, I do my job and get him out on even less bail than I imagine, with the court date to be set later. But by that point, I'll already have found him a new lawyer. It just got too close, and I know enough about myself to know that I will make a mistake or something with him. I just got here. I can't risk it. I am half out of that situation until he catches up to me, leaving the courtroom. Look, I'm sorry about what I said. Thank you for getting me out on bail, he says in a grave voice. The deep part of his voice is better than the rough part. Not like he smokes, but like he has a natural brogue. It sends a shiver down my spine, and I have to work hard to keep him removed. Don't worry about it. You'll get a letter in the mail for your trial date. See you then, I say shortly, needing to stay true to my word. It takes me and my stomping feet a short time to make it all the way back to our section of the Justice Building. That was fast, Kayla says to me when I get back. That's how I roll. I force the joke. She laughs, and I sit down to finish setting up my computer. It's old, but it works well enough. My boss calls me into his office, and I think I've done something wrong already. Maybe he saw me flirting with a client. I have no idea. You asked to see me? I swallow. I'm not even intimidated by him. My old boss was a cutthroat legal shark. This man has been arguing misdemeanors for 3 decades. Yeah, I appreciate you taking that case so late yesterday. You can get out of here if you want. Like leave? I ask, like I'm stupid. Yeah, he chuckles. It's not that big of a favor. You don't want to have worked too many hours this week anyway. I'm sure you know why. He explains. I nod slowly. I forgot that government jobs adhere to overtime laws, and I worked over 15 hours yesterday alone. Yeah, thank you. See you tomorrow. I smile a bit, but I wonder what the hell I will do the rest of my day. Kayla tells me the same thing, and that it's why she leaves later but comes in later too. Once I get the hang of things, I might choose the days I stay longer. I already have to come in on weekends, so I might as well combat that. But on the way out, my mind strays back to Roland and what he said earlier. It pisses me off that he would be so judgmental, but I think maybe I'm just reading into things, hoping he hadn't meant it. I am leaving the Justice Building, walking down the wide stone steps, when a hand comes onto my shoulder. What the? I turn around fast, thinking someone was trying to steal my purse or something. But instead, I just turn around to find Roland smirking down at me. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. He chuckles and comes down on the same step as me. He is much taller than I imagined or felt when he was still in the jail room. I have to look much farther up, and the beating sun makes me squint my eyes. What do you want? I cross my arms across my chest and feel his eyes droop there. But again, it doesn't feel invasive. It just makes me feel hotter than the sun is. Legal advice. He stuffs his hands in his pockets and grins down at me. I'm clocked out. I can't help you. I move to walk down the stairs, and he lets me for a few before catching up to me. What do you want? An answer to your incredibly invasive and judgmental question? I snap. He is stopped in front of me on the stair below and still comes to just above eye level from me. No, I can apologize for that, though. I was mostly joking, but I'm sorry anyway, and I want to thank you for today. I pause, blinking at him. I look for the tell in him, for the lie, but I don't find it. He is genuine about it, and it is clear, too. Even a man like him, that is clearly not of the normal type and probably does do illegal stuff at some point, can be as genuine, if not more, than the cultured people I used to be around. You're welcome, but you aren't out of the woods yet, I tell him. His lips form a hard line, and his eyes soften at me. Yeah, I know, but you'll still be my lawyer, though, right? Or is it only for the first half of this thing? He chuckles once. I tilt my head at him, being so nonchalant about the whole thing. I mean, I'm good, but not that good. No, you'll probably have a different lawyer. It's looking in his eyes and feeling this wave of warmth that convinces me I can't be involved with him at all. I can't even be in the same room as him. Oh, shit. Well, look, maybe you could give me a ride to the tow center then, since you aren't my lawyer anymore? He grins, and I know I am really in trouble. I can't. Sorry. I shrug, feeling a little bad. I've never been arrested, but I'm sure it's frustrating knowing your car is somewhere out there and you can't get to it. I'm used to city living, but I can already tell this place doesn't have good rideshare programs. Paige, he starts, and I shake my head. I don't have a car anyway. Best of luck. I reach out and pat his shoulder, half regretting it when I feel how solid and warm he is, but I move forward. I step around him and take my first real breath when I get out of his space, and I speed walk to the parking garage entrance. He doesn't seem like the following type, so I know that he didn't. Once I get in my car, I sit there listening to the radio for a while before I put the car in drive. It's relatively early, and I don't know what to do with my day. My apartment doesn't feel like home yet, I could find them all and spend too much money, but there isn't much fun in that either. I can't rely on 5-figure monthly paychecks anymore. The only thing I did right was save, but that's for a very rainy day. If Lauren were here, she would tell me to sit at a bar and flirt with the bartender, but I was never good at that either. A drink would be good, though, and a chance to see more of the city. I pull off and go on the first route I find, taking the highway until I drop off to a smaller town 20 minutes outside of the city. It looks like something out of a film, the drive-ins and old roads, the buildings with old brick. It is as much knowing the city as I might find. The only place that looks interesting enough, though, is this shady bar with old brick shambles and neon lights that are off right now. There is a mechanic's garage nearby it with motorcycles under the pass. I frown that it reminds me of Roland, and that's why I get out of the car for this day drinking. Walking in the bar, there is low music playing on a stereo, and it's mostly empty. 2 guys are in the back playing pool, and one is behind the bar cutting lemons. He looks like something out of a teen movie, the older guy that's somewhat hot but also normal. I'm old enough to know that those things don't make me nervous anymore, but it's the new place in the middle of nowhere that slows my steps. I walk up the bar and sit. The guy sees me and smiles before laughing under his breath. "You definitely look like you're from out of town." He grins and sets a coaster in front of me. "I guess we can skip that part then," I half smile. "What can I get you?" He leans his hands on the bar and smirks, which looks oddly familiar, but I don't know why. He has light brown hair and light eyes and is wearing a leather jacket that... "Something acceptable for day drinking so I can still drive myself home?" He nods. "Gotcha." I watch him make something with light vodka and mostly fruit. I take a sip and approve. I can barely taste the alcohol, but know it will help me relax a bit. "This is good," I tell him. He chuckles. "Yeah, it's my girlfriend's favorite drink," he explains. I nod once, glancing at the TV, playing a hockey game. I don't even know what season it is or when they come on, but the small fights are interesting. The guy at the bar goes about his tasks, and I just sip the sweet drink. It's nice. But I keep going back to the emblem on his leather jacket that looks just like Roland's. I shake my head at it, thinking it's something from a shop around here that everyone knows about. It can't be that they know each other, and my luck is just that bad. Do all lawyers follow their clients around? I guess it is. I turn slowly, finding the last person I expected to see. "What the fuck?" I mutter to myself, but he hears me and laughs. First a little bit, then at the top of his lungs. I start digging in my purse to find cash and pay for my drink, however much it is. "Hey, relax, you don't have to run out of here." Roland steps up to me and smirks that grin of his again. I moisten my lips and give him a funny look. "What are you doing here?" I ask. "I thought you didn't have a car," he accuses, and steps around the bar. The other guy comes back, and it gives me time to think up a lie. "Hey, bro, you came back already?" the bartender says to Roland. He nods at him, and I look between them. They actually look related. What on earth? "Yep, took a cab home and got out of those jail clothes," he says. The guy at the bar hands him a beer that he twists off. He comes and sits next to me, boldly, but I don't move. I don't know why, except I'm entrapped by his gaze and warm pine scent. His cologne is unlike the fancy ones I've been around. It's like the warm forest in the summer. And he did change. He still has that leather jacket on, but underneath is a simple gray tee and dark jeans. His legs are splayed open, and I try not to look at his crotch, but it is right there and very full. I swallow and drink the last of my beverage. "You want another?" "No, I'm okay." "Make her another one, Spence," Roland says to him. The guy, Spence, just smirks and makes another. "Are you ordering my drinks for me now?" I purse my lips. "You've got a mean streak, Paige. Lied about not having a car, left me stranded. Now I can't even sit in my own bar in peace. I'm trying to be nice." I half turn and face him, smiling a bit. "Your bar. Is this your turf or something?" He licks his lips and shakes his head. Sure, but I do own the place, sweetheart, so it is my bar. Thank you for your patronage. He tips his beer and takes a sip, holding his gaze on me. So much about that statement is shocking, but the fact that he owns the place? I don't know anything about him at all, clearly. The second drink is dropped in front of me, but I hesitate to drink it. I can barely get by with some of my defenses down. You came here to let off some steam, I suspect, so drink. I'll leave you alone, eventually. He smirks. I eye him, but take another sip of the drink anyway. But it's the look he gives me that sends the shiver down my spine. It pools between my legs, and I cross them, but it doesn't help the sensations dull themselves. And I focus on calming my breathing. I look over at his smirking face again and hold my breath. It's the way he looks back at me that makes me wonder. You aren't actually leaving, are you?
Chapter 5. Roland.
As soon as I see that flash of red, I go after it, trying not to body check anyone in my way. She moves fast, and I'm slowed by being distracted by her ass and those pants, the way her hips fill out the material. I imagine how those legs would feel wrapped around me on my bike, and it sends the tingling sensation right down my arm as I tap her shoulder, finally catching up to her. She's startled at first, and I hold back a laugh, but I guess coming up behind someone isn't the best thing. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I laugh once and come down the steps so I'm at eye level with her. What do you want? She crosses her arms and narrows her eyes, but that's the last thing I see before my eyes drop to her tits, pressing the fabric pushed up under her hands. I get myself to focus somehow. Legal advice. I put my hands in my pockets just so they have somewhere else to go. I'm clocked out. Can't help you. She moves around me, but I stop her again, and she shrugs slightly. What do you want? An answer to your incredibly invasive and judgmental question? She snaps at me, and I feel bad all over again for even saying it. But that was a split-second thing. I hadn't thought it through at all. No, I can apologize for that, though. I was mostly joking, but I'm sorry anyway. And I want to thank you for today, I tell her. I'm being completely honest, and that's something I don't even get to do often. At the club, I keep things from the guys and only tell them if I need to, when I need to, even with my brother. With other women, I didn't give them enough information to get attached to me because it was better for everyone involved. But with Paige, it isn't just because she's a lawyer that I feel like I can't lie to her. I just don't want to. Her lips part and she blinks at me, thinking over her words. I think I've gained some ground, but it just seems like she's set on not liking me. Maybe she's the judgmental one and not me. But I can't really talk. She met me when I was in jail. You're welcome, but you aren't out of the woods yet, she adds. My expression droops at her. Yeah, I know, but you'll still be my lawyer, right? Or is it only for the first half of this thing? I laugh once. She tilts her head at me and half smiles. No, you'll probably have a different lawyer. I look her in the eye, and she stares back. Oh, shit. Well, look, maybe you could give me a ride to the tow center then, since you aren't my lawyer anymore? I grin, using the last opportunity I can think of. I just want to spend more time with her, outside of this place. It's more than wanting to have sex with her, and I want to figure out why. I can't, sorry. She shrugs, and I know she's lying. Paige. I try to convince her, but it is short-lived. I don't have a car anyway. Best of luck. She walks off, and I don't dare go after her. She might have pepper spray in that purse. But it's hard, thinking that I've lost my chance. We don't run in the same circles, so unless I hang around this dump, I won't see her. It kind of sucks, but I can't win every chick I go after. She's already done enough for me anyway. I just have to replay her arguing my case for me until I can't remember it anymore. The first thing I need to figure is how to get out of here, though. I end up calling a cab with my phone half dead. Instead of going to the tow place, I go home. My bike will be safe, but I feel like I'm growing things from that jailhouse. I toss my cut and plan on using my spare one, shipping everything and dumping it in the hamper before I take a scalding shower. The hot water feels good against my skin, beating down my sore muscles. I wash my hair and spend extra time just under the spray of the water, pissed that all this happened in the first place. Because of that dumbass cop that hates the club, I'm sure I'll be seeing him again at some point, and I don't want to end up in jail again. It has to be the devil's princes. I think long and hard over it, and that's the most reasonable explanation. Cops have hated us for a long time, but they never came after us because we keep the town safe just as much as they do. But if a rival club wants us out, they can pay off a cop. I have to talk to the guys about it. I can't dodge a meeting anymore. It has to happen today. I get out of the shower and get dressed to head to the club. It feels like home walking in, like always, until I see her. I'm shocked as all hell, but remind myself that this is a small town. There is no other bar for miles. We're the first stop between coming into town and leaving. But she must live in the city. It doesn't make sense. Paige is damned gorgeous. I stare at her for as long as I can. The way she sits straight up in the chair, perfect posture and arched back, perfect for... I force the thought away and let my eyes roam down her legs and juicy ass in that seat before I figure I can't stand here any longer. Just when I thought I'd never see her again, she walks right into my bar. Do all lawyers follow their clients around? I smile until she turns around and lower it to a smirk that I know gets her going. I can tell by the way she'll blink and her lips will twitch in return. She turns slowly to me, her eyes going wide and burning brighter. I glaze over her vibrant red hair and wonder among the hottest of things. "What the fuck?" she mutters, and I still hear her. I chuckle as she grabs her purse and starts digging in it, probably for cash to pay and leave. "Hey, relax. You don't have to run out of here." I walk up to her and smirk further. She bites her lips, wetting them with her tongue. "What are you doing here?" she asks, like she's accusing me of something. "I thought you didn't have a car," I accuse right back. I let her ruminate over that when Spence walks in from the back. "Hey, bro, you came back already?" he asks me. "Yep, took a cab home and got out of those jail clothes," I tell him. He's the only one who knows about what happened, but I knew that he would have to leave his shift at the club, and sometimes the guys ask too many questions. I take a beer from Spence and twist it off, going to sit next to her. I inhale her sweet scent, something smooth and like a fruit. I can't place it because of the bar smell around us. I stretch my legs and feel her looking at me, too. She wants me, it's obvious, and I want to find out how much. She drinks down the rest of her drink, something fruity with light alcohol, that much I can tell. "You want another?" Spence asks her. He's giving me looks, and I'm sure he's trying to put the pieces together. I'm not exactly hiding that I'm into her. "No, I'm okay." "Make her another one, Spence," I tell him. He chuckles and gets to it. "Are you ordering my drinks for me now?" She purses her lips and turns to look at me. "You've got a mean streak, Paige. Lied about not having a car, left me stranded. Now I can't even sit in my own bar in peace. I'm trying to be nice." I mess with her. She turns to me and half smiles, her lips making a smooth line. "Your bar? Is this your turf or something?" I moisten my lips and shake my head, not wanting to show off or anything, but I'm not about to downplay it either. I don't want her thinking I'm just some guy who gets arrested for speeding. "Sure, but I do own the place, sweetheart, so it is my bar. Thank you for your patronage." I tip my beer to her and then take a sip, not looking away. She gets her second drink. I ignore Spence making faces at me and focus on her, eyeing the drink like it might hurt her. "You came here to let off some steam, I suspect, so drink. I'll leave you alone. Eventually." I grin at her. She gives me a long look, but holds it back, taking another sip anyway. I watch her lips curl around the straw, and her smooth throat bring down her drink. I'm entrapped by her. I usually just notice an acceptable woman and go for it, but I feel like I can't even touch her.
Then I want to even more. We are clearly from two different worlds. Mine is too dark, too rough for her. Hers is good and bright, and I don't want to fuck that up. But I still want her. You aren't actually leaving, are you? Fortunately, I chuckle and have more beer. I need to eat real food at some point. It's been a long 2 or so days. That gives me the next idea. So, do you lawyer type eat? I lean into her, so we aren't that far apart. She doesn't move, and I take a bit of pride in that. By myself, she answers. I laugh at her and shake my head. Dude, your game is so bad, Spence chimes in. Get out of here, kid, I warn him. He raises his hands in defense and walks off to the other end of the bar. Is that your real brother? She asks me. Are there fake ones? I chuckle. She licks her lips and turns to me fully. I can see a little down her shirt, the way her buttons are. No, I mean, you look a bit alike, but those jackets you're both wearing. I mean, is this a brotherhood cult or something? She asks, and it just makes me laugh aloud. She gives me a funny look, but I contain myself. It's an inside joke, but he's my real brother. This is my club. Club? Like a country club? Yeah, but we don't play golf, sweetheart, I tell her. She swallows and her eyes pan to me. I can tell. She licks her lips and sips her drink. So, you want to eat with me or not? I mean, I should repay you for working my case so well. The government pays me, Roland. It's fine, she replies, shrugging me off. I sigh, shaking my head at her. Look, I can tell you're into me. That's your interpretation. Don't try to lawyer your way out of this, Paige. You want me, I want you. We can skip to the chase if you want. Make things easier. I lower my voice, leaning closer to her, and she does just the same. I'm not into dating right now. So we don't date. We just have fun. Is fun your euphemism for something else? Whatever you want it to be, I reply. She giggles and shakes her head at me. I smile and wait for her response, hoping she's on the same page, as much as I think she is. Fine. Fine? I ask. She nods once. Fine. I want to finish my drink first, though. I smile with a flutter under my skin that sends my blood rushing to one place. I don't want to give myself too much credit, but here it is. Fine with me. I lean back and sip at my beer. Just going to have to do for now because there's no way I'm messing this up. Aren't you still stranded without your bicycle? She giggles. Please don't call it a bicycle. It's one of a kind, and I've got someone bringing it down. I asked one of the prospects to bring it back to the compound. That's what they are here for, earning their keep. Spencer was the last prospect we had, and we haven't picked up a new one since then. There aren't many people that are actually cut out for this. But Spencer's been doing well, running some of the stakeouts at the Devil's Princes. That's his thing, keeping watch without being seen. Why, his cut says Sparrow on it. I'm kind of pissed his club name is better than mine. One of your henchmen. I don't get it. She laughs. I smile at her. It's kind of like any other club. I'm the president. We got an exec board. The recruits are called prospects. It's all pretty boring stuff. She rolls her eyes. And you don't do any illegal stuff? Why would that cop have it out for you? She asks. I shrug like I don't know. I'm putting off club business until I can stand to use my brain properly. This is easy. This is relaxing. I don't. I let her finish her drink and she stands, grabbing her purse to pay. It's on the house, I tell her. You don't have to. It's fine. I own the place, remember? I walk up to her and smile down, getting close enough to feel the heat of her body on mine. Yeah, right. I smile and reach out, sliding my fingers over her inner wrist. Her breath hitches as she looks up at me, widening her eyes and dropping her lips. So, your place or mine? Chapter 6. Paige.
I fight the urge every second to just reach out and touch him, even though I know where the conversation is going already. It's too soon for me to sit down and have a meal with someone, to have a date. But I can let loose for a while, especially since I don't have to represent him anymore. And to know that he is into me too is as much of a shock as any. Roland is the hottest man I have ever come face to face with. Every second with him sets my body on fire, and we are fully clothed in public. I stare back at him, unable to speak for a moment, when it gets real. Your place, I tell him, because I haven't even gotten comfortable in my new place yet, so bringing him there will just seem foreign. Nice choice. I recently cleaned, he chuckles. His eyes go bright, and I feel a flutter in my stomach. I've been full of butterflies since we started talking to each other, since he even walked in the room. The way he affects me is unexplainable, and I don't think I might ever figure it out. I just know that I need to release some of this stress from my old life ending and having to start another one here. It's like Roland walked in and offered his usefulness, and I plan on using it as much as I can. Good then. I half smile. He steps closer to me, and I feel like we are alone in this room, even though I know we aren't. I smile back up at him, the heat hitting my cheeks as I blush. You want to ride on my bike? I'm sure it's your first time. He leads us out of the bar area. I walk closely to him, so my arm brushes his jacket, and I inhale his scent wafting down to me. I guess so. It's better than driving my car. It's not that bad, but I have been driving non-stop since I got here, it seems. And it is my first time. On a bike, I mean. I clear my throat and actively try not to trip over my own feet. I'm glad to show you the ropes. He chuckles, smiling down at me. We walk outside and hit the bright sun together. It does nothing to heat my skin the way he does, though. It takes a few steps before he stops at a huge Harley that looks like it came out of a movie or something. The bright chrome glints in the sun and bounces off the sleek black exterior. The leather seat is high up and looks cushioned enough to be comfortable. I realize I am staring at it and look up to see Roland smirking at me. Standing next to the bike, he looks hotter than ever, and I wish that stopped happening. I clutch my purse over my chest. Glad I wore a drawstring one today. It won't hurt you, sweetheart. You want a helmet? He asks. Do you wear one? I ask back. I keep getting tripped up on the pet name thing. Not because I just met him, but because no one ever used them on me before. Jason always only called me Paige, and that was it. I never even tried them with him either. I just look at Roland and want to call him Babe or something. It's absolutely ridiculous. No, but this isn't my first time. Sure then. I step closer to the bike. It even feels dangerous to be close to, as does Roland. I suppose the two go hand in hand. Whatever this place is, whatever kind of club it is, I know enough to know that it can be a dangerous place too. Something about that just makes me more excited. It must be my lonely life of sheltered behavior, and I am just now breaking free. He gets a plain black helmet out of the seat compartment and comes around the bike to help me put it on. My face flutters at his fingertips brushing my cheek, the first time we've actually touched. It would feel like it was moving too fast, but I don't. His skin grazing mine just feels right. I reach out and my fingers graze his jeans, feeling the hard touch of his muscled thigh underneath them. Our eyes meet, and he smirks at me, the noise of the helmet buckling, clicking in the air. You know what? He says, his brow upturning. What? I lick my lips. He releases a groan under his breath that I don't even hear until his lips are on mine, and I am replaying it. It feels as I suspected it might, a hard brush of his firm upper lip and cushion of his bottom circling around my lips. He suckles my bottom lip and then deepens the kiss. I reach up and turn my head into it, my body aligning with his more. His hands slip from my face and down to my hips, grasping me through the thin material of my slacks. It's like I have nothing in the way at all. I wrap my arms around his neck, his muscles rippling underneath me as he grips me tighter and presses my body to his. I feel the hard brush of his abs on my navel and his cock clad in his jeans rubbing against me. And it's all over from there. I'm in this, seeing it through. Something about it just feels right. That's what. Let's go. I get on the bike, with less struggle than I imagined. It's kind of like getting on a stationary bike at the gym or something. My legs are wrapped around his, and my body pressed to his bike. His muscles are hard and coiled. They ripple with every movement he makes. As I wrap my arms around his middle, I feel him tighten his abs with every turn. When we hit the freeway, he picks up speed, and my heart thrums with the roll of the bike as we drive onward. It doesn't take that long. I find I actually miss the ride when he comes to a stop. But I realize my eyes were closed and open them, blinking at the light when I lay eyes on a single-story ranch-style home that looks exactly the opposite of where I imagined he would live. I should probably stop judging, since he surprises me so much. Nice ride, right? You can feel the open air, not trapped in a metal box. He grins. I step around the bike and nod. It made my thighs a little sore, but yeah, it was nice. I giggle. He licks his lips and looks at me from the ground up. I can massage your thighs for you. I swallow hard at that statement and focus my eyes on him. He just smiles, knowing that he got to me. The anticipation in my body is what has me stepping forward, the fact that I just want him this badly. It doesn't even matter that we just met, but that this connection I feel isn't equal to time at all. It isn't something that I usually do either, outright having sex with someone, but it's the change that I need, and if it is just sex, I'm not averse to it being more than once. Nice place, I comment once we walk inside. It's really nice. I wasn't dogging him. And neat. The open-concept living room clears way to the kitchen, and the rest of the house seems to be behind the large gray painted wall. I tend to like it, he chuckles. You want something to drink? He asks. I set my purse down on the mail table and smile at the fact that he has one of those to begin with. I'm okay, thanks. How long have you lived here? I ask him. He sheds his jacket and hangs it on a coat rack. It's the only one there, which I also find funny. Oh, about 10 years or so, he replies. I look him over, and he doesn't seem that old to me, but 10 years is a long time, and people don't usually live in houses unless it's a permanent thing. That's a long time, I comment. He stops walking once we reach the end of the open floor and get to the hallway. The lights are off, but sunlight streaks through the window and lights up the hall. I get close to him again, and he doesn't press me against the wall that much, but he is the only thing between me and the other side. My eyes roam down his tattooed arms, the bulge of his biceps and arms fighting the fabric of his shirt. My fingers itch to reach out and touch him, so I do. My fingers trail down the swirls of gray ink on his arms. The designs are abstract, but seem to lead somewhere, and go all the way down to the back of both of his hands. So, how old are you? I ask him. I'm only 27, but sometimes I feel older, especially this career and life change thing. His eyes narrow at me as he chuckles. You're asking me now? He licks his lips, and I shrug, being distracted by him. I'm 32. Why, are you underage? He asks, but seems to be joking too, because clearly I'm not. No, I'm 27. And you're already a hotshot lawyer. I'm no hotshot. I roll my eyes, swallowing the acid that comes with the horrible memory of my prior hotshot job that would really have made me one if I got partner by the end of the year. But that's all gone now. I can be a pro bono hotshot, but not the one that people care about. I can make you one. He smirks and leans in to kiss me again, pausing before his lips meet mine to look in my eyes. The kiss is different than the last, I guess since we aren't in public. But all the times I thought about kissing him and staring at him, licking his full lips is played out right now, with the way he works my lips against his. He doesn't waste time. His kisses are hard and purposeful, and they set my body on fire. I splay my hands up his hard muscles, His skin is soft and speckled with smooth hairs. I continue to his shoulders, covered by the fabric of his shirt, and squeeze his flesh, as if holding on for dear life. I moan against him when his tongue presses through my lips and entwines with mine. The rush is felt all the way down to my legs, making me clench as I kiss him back harder. His hands swipe down my body and roughly grab at my hips. His thigh spreads my legs, and I feel his cock digging into my right thigh. He lifts me up against the wall, and I wrap my legs around him. It brings his groin aligned with mine, and he presses it into me too. The heat of him spreads over my body and flows between us, ebbing my desire up by the second. Damn, what is it about you that drives me so crazy? He breaks the kiss, pulling back to look at me. He moves his hands to cradle my face. His left thumb grazes across my lips, and then his fingers dive back into my hair. His eyes meet mine, searing and intentional before they drop to the locks of my hair. He lets them drop through his fingers, like a red waterfall. I used to shy at my hair, always put it in a bun or something. But he looks at it like it is the thing driving him crazy. Maybe it's wanting to know. He trails off and licks his lip before pointing his gaze at me again, as his hand drives down the front of my body, grazing the curve of my breasts, down my middle, and stopping between my legs, where his hand presses more. My breath hitches, and he just smirks in response. If you match, he finishes, and I swallow hard at the darkening of his eyes and the way his jaw clenches. I'm a natural redhead, I whisper, my voice shaking with all the desire. My body has never pulsed like this, never been dying to get to him, to have him. He growls under his breath and presses against me more. His lips trail up my jaw and stop at the corner of my lips. Bear? He asks me, and my breath stalls as I think over his question, so outrightly hot it's insane. His lips hover over mine, the heat of our breath spanning my face until I shake my head. Show me. He sets me down and backs up in the same breath, far enough to inhale his intoxicating scent and see the blaze of his eyes, too far because my body isn't against his anymore. My eyes widen at him in confusion. Here? My voice cracks. Good a place as any. I'm not expecting company, unless that's your thing. What? No, I fluster. I'm not sure why that's such a game changer for me. It's what I came here to do, after all. I guess just not so boldly. He prompts me with his eyes, and I swallow, but after a few seconds, something about his gaze gives me courage. Maybe not so graceful, but still. I start taking off my shoes, stepping down to lose a few inches in height, and I hold his gaze. He's lucky I stopped my normal maintenance patterns after my ex, who had different preferences. But here we are. It's kind of exciting, more or less stripping for him. I pulse and seem to be gushing with every breath I take as my fingers fumble with the button of my pants, the zipper. I take it off and am left in my cotton panties. I curse myself for having them on, but it's not like I knew I would be hooking up with a hot biker. Staring at him, his arched brows carries me on, and I reach for the band of my purple panties, sliding them down my trembling legs. Being half naked in his hallway is probably the weirdest thing that has ever happened to me. The cold air fanning my warmed skin and aching core. As he looks at me, I feel like I'm exploding. I was almost hoping you were wrong. It'd be easier. For who? I whisper. For you, sweetheart. He reaches out and outright throws me over his shoulder. I squeal under my breath and laugh at being carried off like this. My ass is upturned and he turns to bite it along the way, just before I am tossed onto the bed. Roland, I start, but don't get to finish. Looking at him staring down at me with such intensity is debilitating. His room, I half notice, is decorated gray like the rest of his house, and his sheets are a smooth dark blue color, on a bed barely raised from the ground. My chest heaves with my breath, and he licks his lips, kicking off his shoes and socks as he looks at me. He goes to work on his shirt, stripping it off so I can see just how far his tattoos go. All the way down the planes of his chest, swirling down the sides of his body too. His abs, I count 8, are separated by a deep line falling down and disappearing with his Adonis belt. But his body is completely void of hair too. Wow, I can't help but say out loud. He chuckles.
Just you wait, sweetheart.
He climbs on the bed, kneeling over me as he grabs my thighs and spreads them apart. My breath hitches at being so exposed to him. The same time his hands trail down my thighs. I observe him looking at me and touching me and wonder how this could be. That I could just be a completely different person around him and fall into this spell, where I trust him, this stranger that I literally met in a jailhouse. But he knows my body. In seconds he knows how to touch me and drive me crazy. I guess we both are. What am I seeing? I giggle. I also find it funny that we are doing this in broad daylight, the sun streaming in and reminding me that there is a world out there, but it has ceased to exist to me now.
Be patient.
He lays his body over mine, kissing me and grinding his cock into me, but there is still too much fabric in the way. My hands trail down his body until I reach his jeans, working at the belt buckle and button to undo it. He helps shimmy it down his body, and then he is only in his black briefs. He breaks the kiss, and I inhale a deep rush of air. His lips suckle underneath my ear, and I mule against him. I grow bold and reach down his briefs to grasp his cock. It's harder than I imagined, the heat searing through my fingers. He growls and grabs me tighter, tearing at my shirt. He undoes the buttons, his thick fingers fumbling along the delicate buttons. I laugh and help him along. He tosses it away like he's angry with my poor shirt.
You're fucking gorgeous, Paige. I've wanted you since I laid eyes on you,
he says in his deep voice, as his fingers trail down my clavicle and curve of my breasts. He grabs the purple fabric cup of my bra on the left side and tugs it down, freeing half my breasts and nipple. While you were incarcerated? I giggle past my breathy voice.
That was the least of my worries.
He reaches around and undoes my bra, tugging it off. My hand has to leave his cock to get it off, but I go back to clutching the fabric of his briefs, tugging the waistband down.
The most of my worries was getting you. I was thinking you're way out of my league.
He shifts down the bed so he is half out of my reach, and his face is level with my breasts, his lips grazing my skin. I'm not that special, Roland, I tell him. When his hands maul at my breasts, I lose all concentration, even more so when his mouth closes around my nipple and his fingers toy with the other.
I beg to differ,
he says, alternating his mouth and fingers. I start to clench more, everywhere. The fact that I haven't gotten any of his attention where I need it most is maddening, and I know he's doing it on purpose. Roland, please. My breath hitches. He kisses my navel and looks up at me through his lashes, smirking. He rises back up over my body, bracing his weight on one hand. The other slides down my body and pauses mid-thigh, his eyes boring into mine again.
You want me to touch you?
He smirks. This man is smug as hell, but with good reason. Yes, I say comfortably, like I've known him for more than a few days. I've never been this bold before, this open, but it just feels good. I feel more of my body's struggles fading away and just existing with him. He makes me wait for it a bit longer before his hand hovers over my pussy, his fingers over my light red hairs. I arch my back and silently beg for more when he finally increases his touch, his fingers coming in contact with my pulsing clit that tremors with his touch. Oh, God! I cry out when he really gets going. He swirls and focuses around my clit and then directly on it, taking me higher and higher. My entire body thrums with the pleasure, the sensations overtaking my entire existence. I arch my back, moving my hips to be closer to him and get there faster. It's better than any orgasm I could give myself, that anyone has ever given me. I taste it before it actually happens, my mouth watering as I clench his arm when my body erupts with pleasure.
Roland, holy!
I break off, the explosion still running through my body, cutting me off. His hand stays there over my pulses and leaves too soon. His lips are on mine again, his warm hand holding my thigh open as I rush to get his briefs off. His cock springs free, and I gasp, breaking the kiss to look down at it, and I swallow.
Told you.
He grins, smug as hell when he does, but I let it slide because he is right. His cock is the best one I have ever seen, the biggest, clearly, and I start to wonder where the hell it will go. I reach out for it, grasping him in my hand and watching the tan flesh pulse with his every breath as I stroke him, the moisture pooling at his tip.
Fuck,
he growls and pulls away from me, climbing off the bed and to his bedside table. I slide up the bed to be closer to the pillow and lay my head against it. He returns with a gold-wrapped condom, undoes it in front of me, and rolls it on. I watch with rapt attention. This muscled man that exudes all the sexual power in the world wants me and can have me. I find it hard to believe, but I'm lying here after all, legs spread and waiting for him.
I'm not easing into this.
He positions himself between my legs, grasping at my thighs. I nod once, and he smirks, raising my legs over his shoulders, my calves on his back, and he drags me down the bed so the tip of his cock aligns with my opening. I don't want him to ease into it at all. I want it as hard as he is, something to really shake things up, something that's really different. He makes sure I am looking him in the eye when he slides into me. It's more of a swift thrust than a slide, and my walls expand with a sting to the size of him before they pulse with my body that wants more. My eyes loll back into my head as I clench at the sheets, raising my hips to meet his.
Fuck, you're tight as hell, sweetheart.
He presses forward, my thighs stretching as he goes deeper.
Roland, I need you,
I whisper, my body tremors, tightening around him. He drops my thighs, and I have to hang on for dear life as he starts to fuck me. It's hard, and it's fast, and perfect. His body slams mine as the bed slams the wall, and I start to worry for the plaster seal, but it is quickly pushed from my mind the more he goes on. I watch his muscled body coiled tight. His jaw hardens and lips curl over his teeth as he gets into it. My breasts bob with the thrust shaking me, and I start to quiver around him too fast. I don't want it to be over. I beg my body to just hold on and enjoy this, but it has other plans. He reaches up to grab my breast, his palm grazing across my nipple and further increasing my sensations.
Oh, God, yes, yes!
I scream, my throat going tired from it too. And he enjoys how much it affects me because he just goes harder and faster, and I become an endless thrum of pleasure as another orgasm takes me, deeper than the last one, if that were even possible.
Damn it, Paige, fuck!
He growls, stilling inside me as he comes. I feel him clench and the heat spread inside me as he does. He collapses over me, holding his weight as he kisses me. He releases my breast that he clenched so hard I still feel it thrumming when he does. Instead, he holds my waist as he deepens the kiss and swirls his tongue with mine. His taste floods my mouth, and I commit it to memory, kissing him back. I curl my fingers in his hair, thick and soft, silky even, as I kiss him back, and we come down together. He slips out of me, and I feel empty. Breaking the kiss, Roland pushes back to look in my eyes, and then he grins wide, his perfect pearly teeth blinding me. I smile back, as we are probably both thinking the same thing. We are definitely doing that again. Chapter 7. Roland. It's no question that Paige drives me crazy, that she makes me do things I have never even done before, especially bringing a near stranger back to my place just for the hell of it. Except she doesn't feel like a stranger, not like this. I'm not even the one-night stand kind of guy, not often enough for it to become a thing. I was always fine with just keeping people at arm's length until it served me right to just cut them loose. Women, I mean. But Paige is different. I saw her, and I knew I didn't want it to be that way. Yeah, I get the sense she has a different idea, but I have a plan for how to take care of that. I thought you'd need a break. Paige giggles against me, her lips at my ear as she lays over my body. I smile at her, holding her at her waist and pulling her closer. She kisses along my jaw and makes my cock stir. I turn my head and trap her lips with mine, kissing her softly. I'm not like most men, sweetheart. I chuckle against her lips before I deepen the kiss. Her lithe body lays over mine and further hardens my cock fully again. I'm surprised, too, that I'm ready to go again so fast, but her body here laid over mine with all her softness and subtle sexiness, it's too much for me to handle, too much to even try to ignore. I can tell. She giggles, rolling over to straddle my lap. I smooth my hands down her skin, smooth and catching under my palms from the sweat. The sun shining in my room makes her skin warmer to the touch. Staying in bed with a woman in broad daylight isn't something I often do, but it's like we're on display and stepping out into the light together. I don't need to know everything about her, not even a little bit, but I know that we're good together, that this feels good. I deepen the kiss and swirl my tongue around hers, tasting her sweet mouth and memorizing how it feels against me. Her breasts mash against my chest, and I trace the swells of them on the side. I go back and forth between being an ass or tits man, and she has both. It confuses me, and I go from mauling her breast to smacking her juicy ass as she squeals against me. We break contact as I thankfully remember a condom, and once it's on, I'm deep inside her again. Ride me, sweetheart. I whisper in her ear as she settles against me. The way she swivels her hips makes me groan. I'm actually moaning for this woman, and that's a first, too. She leans back, smiling down at me as she rises up and slides back down over my cock. I watch her red hair illuminated by the sun, matching her small patch of light hairs over my cock as she takes over, riding me like no other. I reach out for her body, grabbing her hips, her tits, any part of her I can grab and squeeze in my palms. Paige continues on, going faster and faster as she tightens around me, her breath hitching with her loud moans, carrying out the farther she goes on. I'm right behind her when she collapses into another orgasm, one that I soak up every second of until I come inside her, wishing there was nothing in the way. Wow! She collapses over me. I kiss her briefly before she rolls off to the side and we catch our breaths. I discard the condom and lay back on the bed, panting and sheened in sweat with her. I could say the same thing about it, but I don't have the same energy levels during the day, especially after what's been going on. You want something to eat? I can whip something up, I offer. She doesn't answer for a moment. She reaches across me for the little blanket I have on the edge of the bed and throws it over herself. What are you covering up for? I chuckle and turn to face her, propping my head on my hand. I notice her glancing over my naked body and more heat finding her cheeks. I lean in to kiss her cheek just under her eye and feel her smile against me. It's cold, and I thought we agreed on the eating together thing. I thought that was just out in public. I wouldn't be a gentleman if I had you over, fucked you twice, and didn't offer you anything to be hospitable. I grin. So I don't have to say yes? And that sounds like prostitution, if you ask me. She giggles. My eyes widen in shock, but then I remember she's a lawyer after all. I don't see it that way. We can have a real conversation, you know. I'm not just a sex god. She laughs aloud, a glorious sound that feels like seeing the sun outside. Okay, fine. I'll take you up on that offer. Where's your bathroom? She sits up. My eyes roam over the sinuous skin of her back and the line of her ass, imagining what it would be like to have her there and actively push it from my mind so I don't get out of hand. Right through there. I point her in the direction of the bathroom attached to my room. Since it's a master, the closet and bathroom are all connected. When Spencer lived with me, I often found him using my spa tub, but I got over it. He doesn't have boundaries. I gave Paige some ample alone time before she comes out. I hand her a shirt from my drawer and go in after her to take a piss and clean up. Then I put on a pair of gray athletic shorts and find her in my kitchen snooping in the fridge. Which wouldn't be a problem if she were bent over, her smooth legs and pale skin like a glow under the black shirt I gave her. I get a peek of the underside of her ass and smirk to myself. I'm just enjoying this view, just so you know. I announce that I'm actively staring at her so it isn't creepy. She giggles and doesn't stand up right away. You have sparkling water. She stands up and turns with one of the cans. Yeah, that a problem? I chuckle and come around the corner, leaning against it. She hops up and sits on the counter, above the dishwasher, crossing her legs. I notice for the first time her pink painted toes and smile again. It's just kind of dainty. I'm shocked that you, the bad boy biker, has something other than beer in his fridge. She giggles and takes a sip. I shrug. Well, isn't that speculation to assume that about me? I arch my brow. I suppose. That's a good one. She smiles. I look over her. With the way her hair is mussed up and my shirt is drooping off her shoulder, showing off her dainty neck and pale skin. My mouth waters at wanting to taste her again, to kiss every inch of her body. I watch a lot of TV. So, breakfast food okay with you? I have a mean pancake recipe. I clap my hands together and rub as she smiles. Sure. After I get started, she drifts to the living room, and I hear the TV come on a few moments later. It feels oddly comfortable, having her here and cooking for the both of us. Clearly, she feels comfortable, too. I can't shake the feeling that we aren't on the same page. With the sex, sure, but I want a little more than that. For the first time, I see her, and I don't want anyone else to have her. Maybe I'm being possessive, but I want to know everything about her. I finish up and plate the pancakes and bacon. I enjoy eating them together more than any other breakfast food, and it's nice to share that with someone, other than my kid brother, who would just eat everything and not say thank you. It smells really good, just like a restaurant. She pads back into the kitchen, smiling over the plates. I set out whipped cream and syrup, watching her take a huge amount of both, which is nicely refreshing. I have many talents. You want to eat outside? I suggest. Sure. I lead her out to my back porch. With a yard I busy myself by caring about. At least the grass is green and the grill stays covered from the weather. My lawn furniture is a nice 2 couches overlooking the yard. You have a yard this nice and no dog? She comments, sitting on the couch. She crosses her legs like a lap and sets her plate against it, going at her pancakes. I bite off a piece of bacon and smile. I used to have a dog, but he died, I respond. She glances at me with a mouthful of food mid-bite. Oh, sorry. It's okay. It was a few years ago, but I thought about getting another one. I just go out of town a lot, I explain. For your job? Or do you have a real job? I don't really know how the whole club thing works. I finish chewing and think of how to answer that. I can't exactly tell her that I go out of town to keep a leash on our rival clubs and stay the hard, calculated face of the kinsman MC, because that wouldn't go over very well, especially if I had to add on the small addition of doing things she would never be able to get past a judge, real things that won't let me be released on bail. But mostly I just don't want her to know those bad parts about me yet, the parts that I accept as part of my life and never questioned, until meeting her. Are you avoiding the question? She covers her suspicion with a laugh, and I just smirk at her, partly because she's right, and the rest because she has a bit of whipped cream on her chin. I take care of that first. I'm not. I reach across and snatch it up with my thumb and suck it off as she watches me. I get closer to her, so her knee brushes my upper thigh, and I smell her lilac scent in the whipping wind. I have an unconventional job, Paige. You may think you want to know the specifics, but you don't. I'm part of a club that's big on brotherhood. Simple as that.
Which requires you to travel for what? Conferences?
She laughs once.
I shake my head at her and smile. No, there are other clubs out there, and we all get along.
That's mostly true, but right now there's one that isn't in line with that.
That's nice, she says.
Her plate is wiped clean, and she sets it down on the table, then sips at her can of sparkling water.
The air around us is so silent, I hear it fizzing in the can when I drink my own bottle of orange juice. That guy at the bar is really your brother? She asks after a moment. I chuckle and I come closer to her. She turns and puts her legs over my lap. I grab her thigh and smooth my hand over the skin. It's warm from the sun, and I imagine what she might look like with a tan, but I like her skin like this. Something about the pale, creamy color is captivating against my tanned and tattooed skin. Yeah, he is. My little brother, I answer. Must be nice. You two seem like you get along. I look in her gray eyes and smile. Somewhat. I'm an only child, so I wouldn't really know. Your parents from around here too? Her brows upturn and mine go down. I don't even know them, but they somehow still seem to irritate me any time I think of them. I have no idea. I've never met them. I ended up here after I finished high school, and my brother came to live here about a year ago. That's as far as my lineage goes. I laugh at myself so it sounds less worse than it really is. Her expression goes drawn, but not the sad, I feel bad for you one. Wow, I never would have guessed. You seem very grown up. I laugh aloud. You make that sound like such a shock. I move my plate over the table and face her. You're the grown-up one, I assure you. I just fake it. I'd rather be an irresponsible kid with no consequences. Spencer was, until I reined him in. So you took your little brother under your wing just because you wanted to? That is a very grown-up thing to do. Her voice softens. I tilt my head at her and lean in. I didn't tell you that to score bonus points. I just had to do it. Okay, fine. No bonus points. I lean back and give her a look, and she returns it with a funny one out of question. Why can't I take you out in public? I mean, you don't know me, not really, so unless you think I'm still the guy you met in jail, I don't get it. She sighs and shakes her head, licking her lips. That's not it. I don't judge people, not at first anyway. I'm just new to town and not ready to jump into the dating scene right away. She exhales. I tilt my head at her and make eye contact, finding her warm gray eyes to be more of a distraction, the way she looks at me. I think that's code for you had a really shitty ex or a really shitty breakup, or both, I say. It's the way her shoulders tighten and legs clench that make me know I'm right. I mean, I suspected it at first. That's usually the case with people who aren't from here. Small towns attract people who need to get away from big life problems, which she had. Knowing she came from corporate law and is now a public defender tells me just how bad it probably was. Because again, I watch a lot of TV. Well, I guess it was both. And you're nothing like my ex, which doesn't really help either. I see. I'm unfamiliar. Fair enough, then. I get it. I pull back, sighing. It's not like I'm prepared to show her my belly and wait to be stabbed. That's not my style. I watch her chew on her bottom lip as she thinks, and then turns to me. Roland, I like you, and I know you weren't a bad guy, but I have a feeling you probably do bad things. But I did just get here. I don't want to complicate my life, she explains. I nod once and smile at her. I'm not going to deny her that fact about me because it is true, and she's the one that said it and not me. But that just means I don't have to. I've never killed anyone, maybe almost a few times, but that was just to get my way, to assert my power. And it always worked. Okay, no complications then. I keep making you food and we don't go on dates. Well, we can go out, it can't be a date. She stutters. I find it cute and reach out to kiss her, both for that reason and the fact that I'm glad she said that. If I get her out, I can woo her, probably let her see the good in my ways and not only the errors. She kisses me back, her lips soft and sweet on mine. I really feel like I've stepped out into the sun with her, and I don't plan on going back so soon.
Chapter 8. Paige. I don't even feel satiated the next time we have sex, and I know that's already bad for me. If I let my vagina do all the thinking, this will surely end badly, with me wanting him more than I should, more than I know I should. The fact that he wants me just as much comes as a shock, but a delightful one that has my body thrumming all the way to my toes and back again. It was never like this with my ex, always missionary with the lights off. But here I am in broad daylight, in bed with the hottest man I've ever met. I knew I was coming here to leave my old life behind, but I didn't think it would happen in just 48 hours. It's why I want to keep him at a distance, so I don't let all this new and fun stuff cloud my judgment. It happened before, and clearly that didn't go over very well. I just got here, and I don't need to be run out of town by a mysterious hot biker, whose body I am currently laying next to, trying to calm my breath and my thoughts.
You want something to eat? I can whip something up.
My body tenses when he asks me that, and I try to play it off as just thinking about it. But I'm not thinking about it. I'm not doing anything other than wishing he hadn't asked, because my first inclination is to say yes. I feel the air go cold around me and reach for his blanket, which I think is funny that he has one. My breasts graze his arm momentarily, and it sends a pang of excitement over me again. But I go back to where I'm laying and turn to look at him.
What are you covering up for?
His chuckle is deep and thrums in his chest. He turns to look at me, and I find his eyes comforting. Being around him is oddly simple, as if we already knew each other well. The way he leans across and lightly kisses my cheek is another thing that's so far from sexual it feels nothing but comforting. It's cold, and I thought we agreed on the eating together thing. I answer him finally, pulling back to look at him. I prop my head on my hand and smile softly at him. It's like my face is permanently upturned in a smile around him. I feel lighter, like I don't have to worry about anything, perhaps because he is so different.
I thought that was just out in public. I wouldn't be a gentleman if I had you over, fucked you twice, and didn't offer you anything to be hospitable.
His grin is palpable. So I don't have to say yes? And that sounds like prostitution if you ask me. I giggle, half meaning that, but all the same. His eyes widen with a bit of shock, and he tries to cover it up. Meanwhile, my eyes are constantly drifting to his flaccid cock laying against his thigh, as he is perfectly comfortable just being laid out like this.
I don't see it that way. We can have a real conversation, you know. I'm not just a sex god, he says.
I laugh fully at that, and he chuckles softly. It's funnier to me because it is actually true, but that's beside the point. Okay, fine. I will take you up on that offer. Where's your bathroom? I clear my throat and sit up. I feel sticky and worked up. Not so much that I feel dirty or something, but I do need to have a few human, private minutes.
Right through there.
He points to a closed door, the design matching the others. I realize it's his master bedroom since everything is connected. I know it's not ideal, but it is nice to know he has his own house that's clean and respectable. Even the bathroom is clean, which I didn't expect. I realize I am fully naked and avoid looking in the mirror until I'm finished. He kindly only left hickeys where my clothes can cover them, specifically around my breasts. He worshipped my body and left proof. It's different. When I leave the bathroom, he is right there handing me one of his shirts to wear. I thank him and put it on, deftly watching his ass disappear into the bathroom. He has a nice ass, for a man, I'd say. His tattoos are distracting and mesmerizing at the same time, like they all have a story. The shirt he gave me is a plain black tee that fits like a dress over my short frame. I take it upon myself to go into his kitchen, kind of snooping, but not obviously. Past his living room, I notice some pictures of him with groups of guys, I guess the MC, and one other guy that I assume is his brother. I reach his kitchen, completely parched and looking for a drink. I smirk at his array of bottled beers, energy drinks, and sparkling water. I'm aware when he walks into the room, my toes tingling at simply being able to feel him, but I don't turn just yet. I'm not used to being on display the way he makes me to be, but it's in a way that I feel appreciated, not like he's surveying me. It sets my skin on fire the same way that his touch can. I'm enjoying this view, just so you know. His voice fills the room soon enough. You have sparkling water. I smile to myself, grab the lemon-flavored one, and stand up. Yeah, that a problem? He chuckles and walks into the kitchen. I hop onto his cold counter and crack open the can, sipping at the fizzy drink. He smirks at me, his eyes roaming over my legs and where the shirt droops on my shoulder. I almost don't want to give this back to him. It's just kind of dainty. I'm shocked that you, the bad boy biker, has something other than beer in his fridge. I giggle and drink more. I probably should have gotten regular water since I am so thirsty. Jeez, and hungry. My stomach turns over, and it's not from how he's looking at me. He shrugs. Well, isn't that speculation to assume that about me? The way he arches his brow is very distracting, makes his sexiness even more obvious. And he knows it too, the effect he can have on people. Well, women. I suppose that's a good one. I smile wide at him, but also asking myself how he suggested that so easily. I watch a lot of TV. So breakfast food okay with you? I have a mean pancake recipe. He claps and rubs his hands together like accepting a challenge that makes me smile. Sure. He starts grabbing stuff from his cabinets, and I find his exposed, rippling muscles to be too distracting. I need time to think. Otherwise, I will just submit to his absurd idea of wanting to date me. It would be easier if he gave off playboy vibes, if he just wanted sex. But no, he wants to cook for me and have meals together, go on a date. It's not that I don't want to. He seems like a genuine guy, more than the corporate asses I was used to. But I don't know how to go through that again. I wasn't very good at it the last time. And maybe I'm just thinking too far ahead, but that's how I am. It got me through undergrad and law school and gave me a cushy job until I had to let it go. I can't start another part of my life over. It's too much stress. Sitting here on his couch, though, watching the sitcom on TV, makes me feel like I know him already. Makes me want to know all the details, too. But I just don't know what that will cost me yet, if I want to find out. I wait until the smells of flour and sugar fill the air and walk into the kitchen again, realizing he made everything from scratch. Except the bacon, of course. It smells really good, just like a restaurant. I walk around the counter, seeing the plates of pancakes stacked and bacon on the side, plus whipped cream, which might be the key to my heart. It's barely morning, but I love having breakfast for other meal times. I'm glad he suggested it. Plus, he can cook. My friend would get a kick out of that. I have many talents. You want to eat outside? He suggests. Sure. I only think about it for a second and agree that sounds nice. Even though I hate eating outside, why would I share my food with a bunch of flies? But the weather is nice here. I want to feel the sun on my skin, and it isn't to get a tan. I follow him out there, watching his pert ass in those boxers drive me crazy. He has nice lawn furniture and a covered grill. It's a good size, even though the nearest house is at least a half-mile away. You have a yard this nice and no dog? I say as I sit on the couch. I cross my legs and hope the cushion is safe. I mean, I don't have any bottoms on after all, but I was right about the sun, the way it floods through and onto us. I don't tan. It must be something wrong with me, but I have accepted that I'll always be pale. His knee brushes mine, and his tanned skin is in such contrast to mine. He bites his bacon and gives a half smile. I used to have a dog, but he died. He deadpans. I half choke on my pancake.
Oh, sorry, I fluster. It's okay. It was a few years ago. When I thought about getting another one, I just go out of town a lot, he says. But it only makes me feel a bit better. I mean, I hadn't meant to be insensitive, but I had a dog growing up. It's sad when they pass. Especially since he seems to live a life of solitude. For your job? Or do you have a real job? I don't really know how the whole club thing works. I half stutter over my words, not wanting to sound like I'm prying. He keeps chewing, and I know it's a dodge to what I asked. Are you avoiding the question? I half laugh. He smirks at me, and I feel it in my bones when he does, that look he gives me. I'm not. He suddenly reaches out and slips something from my chin onto his thumb. I hadn't noticed the extra whipped cream there, and almost want to be embarrassed, but he just sucks it off his thumb, looking me in the eye, and I feel something else entirely. I have an unconventional job, Paige. You may think you want to know the specifics, but you don't. I'm part of a club that's big on brotherhood. Simple as that, he answers, and his voice doesn't shift at all, so I know he isn't trying to be funny or coy. Which requires you to travel? For what? Conferences? I laugh once, but don't really find it funny, since I'm really in the dark. He shakes his head once and smiles. No, there are other clubs out there. We all get along. That's nice, I respond. I finish my plate and set it down on the table. My leg brushes his, and I shiver with it, but not from the slight wind. I sip at the rest of my water. He drinks his juice. It's all too easy to be around him. That guy at the bar is really your brother? I ask him after a while. His first response is to laugh, and then he shifts closer to me. I turn and lay my legs over his lap, my calf against the tip of his cock, and he grasps my thigh with his hand. It's calloused, warm, and large, completely debilitating. Yeah, he is. My little brother. He says it like he means more than just being his older brother. Something about it is sweet, but I don't know what yet. Must be nice. You two seem like you get along, I say. He looks me in the eye with a smile that feels more like he is avoiding it. Somewhat. His voice lowers. I'm an only child, so I wouldn't really know. Your parents from around here too? I raise my brows with curiosity, and his seemed to do the opposite. I probably shouldn't have asked about parents so soon. That can always go one of only two ways, and this is the bad one, it seems. I have no idea. I've never met them. I ended up here after I finished high school, and my brother came to live here about a year ago. That's as far as my lineage goes. He laughs once, and it feels like as much of a cover as it is. I look back at him and only see him differently. Clearly, he is fine. I don't have to pity him, and I don't. It just adds to his character, and I'm starting to like it way too much. Even if he is involved in bad things, even if he might be an actual criminal that the cops have something against. Wow, I never would have guessed. You seem very grown up. I giggle. He laughs back. You make that sound like such a shock. He also moves his plate, and the movement shifts my thigh. You're the grown-up one, I assure you. I just fake it. I'd rather be an irresponsible kid with no consequences. Spencer was, until I reined him in, he explains. So you took your little brother under your wing just because you wanted to? That is a very grown-up thing to do. I try not to sound so shocked, because it is, but it doesn't help the not wanting to get involved thing. It's a really admirable thing for him to do. Who knows what else he might do? He tilts his head and leans in. I didn't tell you that to score bonus points. I just had to do it. He lowers his voice, and it sends a shiver up my spine. Okay, fine, no bonus points. I agree. Why can't I take you out in public? I mean, you don't know me, not really, so unless you think I'm still the guy you met in jail, I don't get it, he asks, and I was hoping that he wouldn't. But here we are. I sigh and moisten my lips, shaking my head like it will help me find an answer. That's not it. I don't judge people, not at first anyway.
I'm just new to town and not ready to jump into the dating scene right away. I take a breath.
I think that's code for you had a really shitty ex, or a really shitty breakup, or both.
He finishes, and I feel my shoulders go up as if in defense, because he hit the head on that nail way too quickly. I wonder if I'm that easy to see through, if it's that easy for me to give off the running from my past vibes. I don't want it to be, and it can't be what attracted him to me. I hope he doesn't feel like he can show me a good time and then be done with it, further stunt my development. But I don't want to be some charity case to him. It's why I need to take charge of the situation and be the one setting the tone. Well, I guess it was both. And you are nothing like my ex, which doesn't really help either, I tell him.
I see. I'm unfamiliar. Fair enough then, I get it.
He pulls back and sighs like he has given up on pressing the issue, which is nice and kind of refreshing. Most guys would stick with it until they won. I think hard over it as I bite my lip, wishing the answer was there. It isn't so much that he makes me nervous, but that I don't want to be too honest too soon. It would scare him away. Roland, I like you, and I know you aren't a bad guy, but I have a feeling you probably do bad things. But I did just get here. I don't want to complicate my life, I tell him. That's the best way I can put it, because it covers just about everything. He nods once and smiles, clearly happy that he got most of his way.
Okay, no complications then. I keep making you food and we don't go on dates.
Well, we can go out. It can't be a date. I exhale. It seems to make him happy when he leans in and kisses me. His lips are soft against mine, unlike the other times that he is possessive first and soft later. He just seems to want to feel my lips against his for a moment before he deepens it, and I like it too. My fingertips trail up his forearms as I lean into the kiss. His tongue swipes over mine, and our sugary taste floods together, and the rest of my body comes alive. Roland, I gasp when he releases me. I pull back enough to see the fire blaze in his eyes, and then it's over from there. He kisses me again, this time like he means it, and with one purpose in mind. His hands rub up my body and grasp my breasts roughly, turning over to hover over me. Then he slips his hand up my legs and finds my clit, circling me slowly. He kisses me and alternates between trailing kisses down my shoulder. I grasp at his cock through his boxers and rub him to full hardness. He growls against my ear and kisses me roughly, sending sparks over my body. He breaks apart and suddenly quickens the pace of his hand. I swirl my hips and cry out, hoping there really aren't any neighbors around from how loud he makes me.
I'm actually pissed I don't have condoms stashed out here, sweetheart.
He growls again, a rumble in his chest when he works me faster with his hand. I am so close to the edge of an orgasm that I barely hear him, but I listen to what he said. It really is maddening that he doesn't. I want him inside me right now. I'd be pretty pissed too, I say, but I'm cut off when my orgasm steals my breath and sight. Under the bright sun, I explode against him, and he enjoys every second of it. He sits me up, suddenly, and kisses me. I gasp against him and claw at his chest, then fist my fingers up in his hair. He breaks the kiss, and I stare at him in question.
We'll finish this inside.
Chapter 9. Roland. Paige has me occupied for the better part of the afternoon. The farthest I can get is the kitchen, and then back to the bedroom and shower. I've never been this into a woman before. It's good with her. Easy. I'm sure she'll get over her aversion to actually dating at some point, and I'm not going to push her to that edge, but I'm hoping she'll get there soon. I like her, and I want to be with her exclusively, when I'm not going in and out of the jailhouse or something like that. But I have hope, at least, something I haven't seen in myself for a while. I've tried the girlfriend thing a few times, but it took me too long to notice they just wanted the coolness of being involved with someone in an MC, the danger and excitement. Paige isn't like that at all. In fact, she wants to stay away from it all.
I would never give the club up, but if she ever asked me to, I don't know what I would say. I mean, she's a lawyer. Clearly, it would affect her work in the wrong way, and I don't want to do that to her, not after she helped me. I keep my mind nicely occupied until I'm sure I won't let her body entice me into another round, but it ends up being my ringing phone that does it. I have to get that, I tell her. It's probably the club. She sits up from my chest, where we were sitting on the couch, watching one of those dramatic legal shows together. Duty calls, she giggles. I smirk at her and reach across for it, frowning at who is actually calling me. What do you want, Darius? I answer. I always answer him that way, or some variation of not wanting to be bothered in the first place. You plan on telling the club about the devil's princes coming over our turf? His deep voice, cackled from being an ex-smoker, floods the speakers, and I am more affected by what he said. What? My body tenses, and I sit up from the couch, leaving all the bliss and ease behind. You heard me, Rafe. I'd rather not have heard it from your kid brother. I close my eyes and frown. Spence probably thought I would have at least told him, someone on the exec board, about it by now. I would have today. I should have. But I got preoccupied. Yeah, I was going to call a meeting. I got sidetracked. He scoffs. Right. Well, everyone knows now. I tried to keep the guys from going over there and confronting them, but that'll only last for so long. So finish a day off and get your ass down here. I groan, rubbing at my face. Paige notices something must be wrong, but I try not to worry her too much. Her mind is already racing about what I might be doing with my days, and I don't want to fuel her imagination. Yeah, I'll be there soon. I hang up. I'm kind of pissed at myself for not having told him sooner. This is the first time we've actually had a crisis while I'm the prez. Tank got wind of it when we first started, but he soon left the club. Now it's my responsibility. You okay? Paige asks in her soft, sweetened voice. It helps me feel a little better, but not enough to want to leave so soon. Yeah, I have to take care of some things. Unfortunately, we can't lay around all day. I stand and put my boxers back on, clean up some of the trash from the snacks we had. She helps and follows me into the kitchen, where I throw them away. That's okay, she tells me. We go to get dressed. Seeing her in her work clothes kind of reminds me who she is, what I am when I put my cut on over my black t-shirt. Is it a problem with the club or something? She asks me as we walk back outside. I smirk down at her. Something like that. So, are you on your way to beat someone up or something? She giggles, but I can't tell if she really meant that or not. I stop by my bike and help her put on the helmet. No, sweetheart, I don't do that kind of thing. To people in my club, I add, so I'm not lying or anything. She blinks at me a bit, but smiles a bit. Okay. I have a lot of things to follow up with, but I have to get to the club soon, before they just decide to outvote me or something. I know that idea is crazy, though. The guys are loyal to me. They're willing to have my back, and they always have been. This was just an oversight. They'll see I thought it was best at the time. If I jumped the gun on the devil's princes and was wrong, it would have been worse than waiting a bit longer. The drive to the club steadies my thoughts, as riding on my bike always does. But it's also Paige wrapped around me and pressed against my back that aids that relaxation. We pull up, and the back compound is packed with bikes, mostly guys just hanging around, and the others with the exec board here for the meeting. I don't really want to do this, but I know I have to. I can figure out how I'm going to settle all this once I get some ideas going.
How are your thighs not always sore?
Paige asks me when we get off the bike. I laugh at her and stow the helmet away. I have powerful thighs. I grin and feel like I have to force it across. She steps up to me and sets her hand on my shoulder. Whatever it is, I'm sure it will be fine, she says, her eyes boring into mine with confidence. Thanks, sweetheart. I hope you're right. I slide my hands around her waist and lean down to kiss her softly. Give me your number, and I'll call you tonight, I tell her. She smiles softly, and I give her my phone so she can put it in. The door opens, and I hear the rowdy men inside, and I know I have to go in soon. I have to go. I had a good time today, I tell her, tucking some hair behind her ear, just to feel its silky softness one more time. Me too. She grins and pulls away. I actually let her this time. I watch her get in the car and drive off, and then I force myself to walk inside. "Prez!" some of the guys say in unison when I walk in. I greet them. Most of them haven't seen me since I left. I spot Spencer behind the bar where I left him and nod him toward the back. "What's up? You had a good time, I hope?" He snickers, and I back him against the wall, not finding it funny. "You talk too much." I frown at him. He drops his grin at me, and I stare in his eyes that are just like mine. "You told Darius about the Devil's Princess. I only told you so you would know where I was." "What? No, he knew about that already." "No, he didn't, dumbass. I hadn't told anyone yet." I start pacing the small hall, the plain brown walls chipped in places, but steady all the same. "Oh, shit. Well, how was I supposed to know?" He laughs and splays his hands in defense. "I don't know. Maybe when I said I only told you?" "I thought that only included the exec board. My bad. But at least I didn't tell him about the DUI. He cackles. He can never be serious for long enough to process things. I'm used to it, but it doesn't serve me well in this regard. Look, I'm the prez now. I have to lead these guys, and if I can't vent to someone about the shit I have to do before it gets to them, I'm finished. Tank had me, so I need you. Please tell me your brain is big enough to handle that. I half plead. His smile softens, and I know he at least heard me. I go to the wall beside him and set my hand on his shoulder. "Yeah, got it. And for the record, I'm not stupid." He flicks my hand off. "I know that. You're smarter than me." "So I know what you've been doing all day. Who you've been doing." "Who the hell is that?" He chuckles. I find it in me to relax a bit at the thought of Paige. "Her name's Paige. She was my lawyer, got me out on bail," I explain. That's a nice change." "Yeah, well, she doesn't want to date me." "I think it's dumb you even still believe in dating," says the guy in a committed relationship. I roll my eyes at him. It's not my fault I don't believe in stringing a slew of women along. I just never wanted it this much, enough to play along for a while. "Yeah, well, everyone can change. You should get to your meeting, I guess." He laughs. I nod. "Right." I head to the back room and find most everyone in there. The last two pile in after. Logan and Darius give me the side eye, and the rest are unaware. I'm glad he didn't tell everyone and start some sort of Armageddon. "So what are we going to do? We need a game plan here. Can't just go in there and demand shit." "Yeah, I tried that. Thought that it worked." I shake my head and tell them about how I went to their prez, and he agreed they would stop coming for us, and over on our turf. But a drug run just happened and they tried to intercept. If shit like that keeps happening, we will get noticed by the cops for sure. Next run we go on, expect them to be there. We'll be prepared, and then that's how we'll get them, I conclude. I get some agreements, we iron out the details, and then that's it. After we take a vote, that's the plan, and I feel less like things are falling apart for the time being. It's not until I'm sitting at the bar nursing a beer that Darius comes to bother me. We are arguably the closest out of any of the other guys at the club. I made friends with him sooner, and we just got each other. So I know that his glares only last so long. He isn't a jealous man, but he doesn't like feeling left out either. When I took the role of prez, he had little to say, but I know that he supports me. "The next time you want to play the spy role, you should at least not tell your kid brother." He laughs at me, sitting at the stool next to me. Spencer, at the other end of the bar, as if he heard him, walks over and hands him a beer. I didn't expect him to be so forthcoming. He thought I knew, which I should have. I mean, I get the shit with the club and everything. But I can be your friend before one of your exec members. That's how this works. It's the only way you get out of this without losing your shit. Tank had you, and that's why it was fine for him," he says, and then takes a long sip of beer. "Funny, I just told Spencer that, but you're right. I agree I should have told you. But now you know, and now you know how much it fucking sucks. We can't shake those guys, and I'm not in the business of eliminating an entire club. That would take too long. That would leave people dead. The cops around here keep their mouths shut, but we can't provoke them." I sigh and rub at my eyes. "One of them already has it out for me," I tell him. I look over at him to see him making a face of question at that. "How?" "I got arrested for DUI 2 days ago. Spent a night in jail. That's why I was sidetracked today. I planned on having a meeting earlier," I tell him. But I'm leaving out the part about having the hots for my lawyer because that wouldn't help anyone right now. "Fuck, I had no idea. You get out of it?" "Yeah, I had a good lawyer." I try not to smile, hide it by sipping my beer. "But she got me out on bail and someone else would take care of the rest," I tell him. Paige told me briefly today that it might just end up being a fine and some community service, but it could be worse. That cop could have said anything, and they wouldn't have listened to me. "Good. We need you in the game." "And when are you going to name your vice pres?" he asks. I roll my eyes and ignore his sly grin. "If you want it, just ask." He shakes his head. "Oh, God, no, I don't want that at all. Logan would be good. Kit is just about as experienced as anyone else." "Yeah, I'm not that close with Kit." "What about your bro? Make it a family thing." He chuckles. I shake my head. I don't want Spencer caught up in all this. I love the club, but if I weren't in so deep, my life would be a bit easier sometimes. Spencer can be happy, take care of his girl, and not be too deep in this, like her father was. Nope to that too. I'll think about it. I sit back, tired from the day, from the past few days, actually. We sit for a while and have another beer together to catch up. There isn't much beside what I was doing at the few towns over, with the Devil's Princes. It's nice to have told him what is going on so I don't have to hold it all in anymore. I first joined the club in the middle of a war with them. It wasn't pretty. I don't want to do that again. A few of us even went to jail. That was the worst part, especially for Tank. He told me I could ask him for help whenever I wanted, but I don't need to. I don't want to show face. But the real part of being a man, a leader, is knowing when to ask for help. But at least I'm not there yet. "I'm going to take off. I'll see you tomorrow." I clap his back and stand. He nods to me and walks off to the pool table area. "Spence!" I call out to my brother, and he comes over. "I'm leaving. Make sure the bar actually gets closed down so we don't need gnats in here," I tell him. He rolls his eyes at me and I laugh, but it is his job after all. "Fuck off. See you later. Tell Paige I said hello." He cackles. I flip him off and then I'm out the door, back on my bike and on the way home. When I get back, it's like walking into a new place. I see Paige everywhere in here now. Her scent even lingers on the couch. I change into sweats and find something to eat and occupy my mind. It's barely 8 p.m., so it feels too early to call, like we just saw each other. But after my chicken parm, there's no other way to stall. I go to my living room, find an action movie to watch, and call her number in my phone. I start to think she won't answer, until she does. "Paige Travers, Esquire," she answers in her soft voice, and I grin. "That sounds very official." I smile to myself. It's weird not having her here, but her voice floods around me all the same. I answer all unknown numbers that way, but now that I know it's you, so you actually called me. She giggles, as if surprised. "Of course I did. Why would you think I wouldn't?" "I don't know. You seemed like you were about to have a stressful night." I chuckle. "I did. This is my way of feeling better. Did you not want me to call you?" "I guess you're still playing that I only want your dick game." I laugh. She stutters for a bit before landing on something. "I'm not doing that. This isn't a game, and I am glad that you called. Did everything work out okay?" she asks me. "Yeah." I sigh. "More or less." You sound worked up even still." she says, and she actually sounds concerned. It's how I know she's genuine about it. It's a nice change. I guess I am. It'd be nice if you were actually here. Then I could touch you and kiss you and make all the bad shit go away. I think you give me too much credit, she giggles in a breathy voice. I'm not. I know what I'm talking about. I exhale and take a deep breath. So, how do you plan on helping me? I ask her. I hear some shifting around on her end for the first time, and then she speaks. You could come over if you want, she says, but more like a suggestion or something. If I want, which I do. Good. And I have something for you once I get there, I say, and then I hang up, because I have an element of mystery that way. I'm smiling all the way through my shower, and as I get dressed and on the way to her place, she texted me her address, and I know the part of town well. It's fairly new, and has a bunch of new condos. Her place is this nice cottage type of place, and I knock on her door, this big wide thing that seems perfectly fitting. The door swings open swiftly after, and I smile immediately. I was hoping you'd greet me naked.
Chapter 10. Paige. It's kind of surreal, leaving Roland at the club and then going back home. It has been an eventful day, and I am exhausted, rightfully all sexed up and wanting more. Roland is a different kind of man, one that I haven't figured out yet, but I will. After I shower and relax, I catch up on texts with Lauren and tell her all about Roland. Some of it makes her head spin, but it does to me too. She agrees that I should have some fun for at least a while. If I feel like I end up stringing him along, then I will tell him it won't work anymore. But that's if he has more feelings for me than I would for him, and the way things are going, my plan might be short-lived. I make a light dinner and then watch some TV, catching up on a reality show I like to watch. I feel like I'm settled in my new place and I don't actually dread going to work tomorrow, which is nice. I kind of like it and feel like I'm going to gain traction soon enough. I'm not trying to change the world, just help people, and it feels better than helping companies get out of screwing people. What feels even better, though, are memories of Roland. He is nothing short of dreamy, absolutely bad for my well-being. I like him enough to want to get to know him, and that's kind of scary, considering it is so soon. But I try not to look at my phone and wait for him to call. It's good I didn't get his number. I am still worried, though, about how he left things. He seemed really worried about the club, his brow all furrowed and everything. I worried about him. And it wasn't even about the whole possible criminal activity thing. It's just him. He cares about them, clearly. And that makes him already better than the guys before him. I need to stop comparing him to them. It wouldn't be fair. But I run interference to pass time by watching TV, occasionally reading over old law books. I soon get a bit tired and I'm ready to go to bed before my phone rings. I wonder if it's him, but answer my phone the same way at it being an unknown number. Paige Travers, Esquire. I clear my throat and hear heavy breathing on the other end.
That sounds very official.
I smile at hearing his voice. It's nice to hear even though he isn't sitting in front of me. I answer all unknown numbers that way, but now that I know it's you, so you actually called me. I giggle once, my skin tingling. I sit back into my couch and cross my legs.
Of course I did. Why would you think I wouldn't? He asks, his voice perking up.
I don't know. You seemed like you were about to have a stressful night, I say, which it did. He chuckles once.
I did. This is my way of feeling better. Did you not want me to call you? I guess you're still playing that I only want your dick game.
He laughs, but I hope he doesn't actually believe that. I struggle to find my words until I do. I'm not doing that. It isn't a game, and I am glad that you called. Did everything work out okay? I ask him.
Yeah, more or less.
You sound worked up even still. I noticed the shift in his voice. I was trained to, but he isn't on the stand. It's just an ability I have forever.
I guess I am. It'd be nice if you were actually here. Then I could touch you, kiss you, make all the bad shit go away.
His voice deepens and sends a tremor of desire through my body. I think you give me too much credit. I giggle, breathing out slowly.
I'm not. I know what I'm talking about.
I exhale and take a deep breath.
So how do you plan on helping me?
He asks. I sit up on the couch and throw the blanket over me, even though I know the shivers are fake and only from glints of desire. You could come over if you want, I suggest without thinking, but now that it's out, I don't plan on changing my mind.
If I want.
If I want, which I do.
Good. And I have something for you once I get there.
His voice is the deepest level of desire, and it makes my head spin. He just hangs up without letting me respond. I get up immediately, sprucing my appearance up and spraying some perfume so I don't smell like I've just been laying around all day. I'm smiling like a happy-go-lucky girl, and it feels nice. He makes me a little nervous, but in a good way, like I'm just excited to see him, which I am. It's about 20 minutes later when I hear a heavy knock, and I amble over to the door, opening it to find him smiling.
I was hoping you would greet me naked.
What? I say with shock and a slight laugh. He just grins and lets himself in. I'm glad I at least cleaned recently. He looks amazing in just jeans and a gray hoodie. His muscular frame is tall and takes up all the space of my cute little place, with gray carpets, light furniture, and minimal decoration. I don't have many family photos, just one of my dad and I by the kitchen, and that's it.
Nice place,
he comments, turning on his heel to face me. That you're tracking those dirty boots with, I smile. He laughs and takes them off. Then he comes back and sets them by the door. He stands up fully and tracks me with his gaze, looming over me by the doorframe. I swallow hard and inhale his scent and let it swarm my brain with its candor. His eyes zoom in on me and blaze me down with their intensity, and I feel my whole body reacting to him, wanting him. You said you had something for me. I break the silence, my voice unsteady.
I do.
He steps back and grins, digging in his back pocket before bringing out a familiar wad of purple fabric.
I believe these belong to you.
He licks his lips and holds them in the air. I laugh out of mortification. I tried to find them when we were getting dressed, but I failed, and I didn't want to hold him up. It's not like I have an aversion to letting the lady parts breathe a bit, so I went with it. But I still felt weird about them being in his house somewhere. Thank you. I clear my throat and grab them, effectively leading him into my bedroom, where I toss them in my hamper in the closet.
I was not expecting this.
He looks around my bedroom and then sits on the edge of the bed. It is more than weird having him here, but also completely normal somehow. I get that feeling of being close to him again without fully knowing him, but I also don't really want to know about all his skeletons. My room is a scheme of purple and white, cream and gray, the same furniture I put in storage when I moved in with Jason. I missed it. My bed has the nice gray cushion headboard and is raised up with a white ruffle cover over the purple sheets. My carpet matches, and I have a fluffy purple rug, too. I guess it is out of the ordinary, a bit. What did you expect? I go over to him, standing between his legs. His hands find my thighs immediately, my plain college t-shirt shifting.
I don't know. Red and black. You've got a dark side, you know.
He chuckles, shifting his hands up higher. I hold on to his firm shoulders for support.
I don't. But you've got a bit of skepticism to you.
I giggle. No, I don't. Should I be a hopeless romantic and expect to ride off in the sunset with you on your bike, elope with you? I giggle and trail my hands up to his face, sliding my fingers into his hair.
I guess not, but a little swooning would be nice.
He smiles and pulls me down to kiss him. His lips are a soft coaxing against mine, a warm welcome. I moan when he slides his hand between my legs and onto my panties. I clutch at him, holding him close as I kiss him back. He just feels too good to be true. All of it does. I don't want to use you just for sex, Roland, But I don't want to get into a relationship either. He releases me from the kiss, and I let the words barrel out of me without being able to stop it. He looks up at me, as if frozen for a moment. "Okay, Paige." "Okay," I ask back, but I don't get a chance to respond before he tosses me onto the bed. I laugh aloud with sheer happiness at how he smiles at me.
"I enjoy this, you know."
He smirks. "What?" I prop myself on my elbows and look at him. I only have one lamp on, so it isn't too bright in here.
"This?
You." He takes off his hoodie, and I get an eyeful of his tattoos, his tight muscles, all the good parts of him. "I guess I enjoy it too," I giggle. He keeps going with his jeans and briefs, leaving his half-hard cock ready for me, and I stare at it with wide eyes like it's the first time. It doesn't get much easier to look at either way. "Off," he demands. I take off my shirt immediately and am bare to him, my breasts hitting the cold air and nipples hardening. "Damn, you are mighty gorgeous," he murmurs as if to himself. I blush, even though he has said that before, but it just still feels new. He climbs up on the bed, and I scoot back, laying my head on the firm pillow. His hands explore up my thighs until he drags my panties down and tosses them to the side. I'll probably lose those too. Roland grins at me and kisses my inner thigh as I shiver.
"I need to taste you. I hope you're a good girl, Paige."
He grins, his breath on my skin making me tremble. "Yes," I breathe. "Good enough." His tongue lances over me and I cry out, fisting my fingers in his hair to hold him there. He swirls around me, focusing on my clit, and then letting it rest before going back over and over, just circling and driving me absolutely insane. I want to scream as loud as possible, but I don't want my neighbors to think a sex-crazed woman moved in. At least I wasn't before the move. "Oh, God, Roland, please don't stop. Oh, my God!" I moan aloud, circling my hips to meet him. He literally eats at me, and I succumb to the deep sensations, the slurping sound and goodness of his mouth on me. He growls against me and grips my thighs harder as I come, the vibration of his growl taking me there. My thighs trap his head, and he continues licking me up until I stop tremoring. Holy shit! My body goes lax on the bed. He kisses up my body, and I meet his smiling face before he visibly wipes my juices from his mouth and then kisses me. I lose all sense when his tongue swirls around mine, his mouth controlling me. I wrap my legs around him and rub his cock against my clit.
"Fuck, you don't want to do that before I wrap this shit up."
He murmurs against the kiss and pulls his hips back. I can feel him trying to rein in his self-control and nearly failing. I release him so he can dig into his jean pockets. He comes back with a gold-wrapped condom and then breaks the seal. I watch as he rolls it on and stares down at me. He cracks his neck and licks his lips before his eyes meet mine again.
"Turn over, sweetheart."
His voice has reached that deep, commanding level, and it makes me listen right away. My body fills with excitement as I do, already pulsing for more of him. I flip over on my stomach and turn my head to see him out of the corner of my eye. His muscled frame hulks over me on the bed. He grabs at my hips, pulling them towards his center.
"You ready?"
he asks, and I feel his cock circling my entrance. I moan aloud, my eyes lolling back into my head with the way it feels. He always asks that because he likes it rough, fast, no holes barred, and I didn't know that I like it that way either before him. "God, yes," I exhale, my body going cold and then warm all over again when he pushes into me. I cry out, unable to help it. He loses himself in me, and I clench around him, my pussy probably milking him dry from the feel of it. His hands hold my waist so tightly that I know it will leave marks, and I don't care. I want to be marked by him. He picks up the pace, my thick headboard slamming into the wall, and my body jostling. He slides one hand down to the center of my back and clutches a bundle of hair at the nape of my neck, pulling me back to trap me between his onslaught of actual fucking and rough meeting of our bodies. Oh, God! Oh, God! I claw at my sheets and cry out. My eyes literally start to water and slip down my cheeks as the sensation becomes blinding. I find myself climbing higher and higher to my peak, falling faster than the last one. He has this way of holding me at the edge, knowing exactly where all my good parts and right spots are. Roland! I moan his name when I come. It's so good I just collapse onto the bed and let him use my body until he finishes, groaning deep in his chest as he comes inside me. Paige, he whispers and draws me close, turning my head to kiss him. His tongue laces with mine immediately, and I fall into the kiss, joining with him in another way. He draws his cock from my body, and I feel like I've lost something. He rolls off me and discards the condom in the trash I keep by my bed. That was amazing. I stretch out, my muscles delightfully sore. He grins and turns me over, laying his body half over mine. Yeah, I feel a lot better now. He smirks, kissing the corner of my lips. I gush inside when he does that. I don't know why. It's just a little sweet gesture that he makes. Were you actually stressed out? I ask him curiously. I get up under my covers because I keep my room cold, and he just about tucks me in, like I don't need to tell him that I have to go to work early tomorrow. Yeah, a bit. I talked to the guys at the club and we worked it out, he says. I nod once. That's good. I look across his face, flushed with the post-sex glow. His lips are swollen pink and his cheeks red under his eyes. Are you actually like a president to them, or is that just for decoration? I giggle. He makes a face and turns to me, stroking my shoulder with his fingers. Why do you ask those things? I mean, do you actually want to know, or are you telling yourself that I'm not that much of a bad guy, or a good guy, whichever one works? He says. I shake my head and pause for a moment. I don't know, truthfully. I've just never heard of it before, and I'm curious. But I'm not using it to tell myself that it can be better if other people do the bad stuff, or if you do it yourself. And I don't want to know everything. I don't need the specifics. I think that club is the best way of knowing who you really are. It's my life. You're right. He finishes for me. I seal my lips and regard him carefully. He lays on his back and sighs, holding one arm around me. So it's important to you, whatever it is, I say. I still don't know the specifics, not enough to actually wrap my head around it, but I am getting there nonetheless. Yeah, it is. They're my family, and my actual brother is in it too. If I fail, then it's all on me, my fault, my doing. But I still love it. It's my life. I only got to be Prez last year after the other one left the club. Now it's me. It is actually a pretty funny story. I kind of played myself. He laughs once. Why? What happened? I smile and look up at him. He smirks down his nose at me, and I wait eagerly. So I brought my brother here to look out for him and whatnot, around a year ago. But he went and got involved with the Prez's daughter. There was a huge fight that ended with him leaving the club to be with his family, and now my brother is happily shacked up with her. It's ridiculous. He chuckles. I laugh instead. That's kind of cute, actually. My laugh dies down to a chuckle that matches his. Yeah, I guess. But anyway, the club is just what I do. You get people out of jail. It's just things that we do. But this... He turns to me and looks me in the eye. This is me wanting to know you, Paige. He gives me a chaste kiss to my lips that I still feel in my toes. Roland, it's not because... I lick my lips and pull back from him. My ex, he cheated on me. For a long time he was cheating on me and I didn't even know. One minute I'm planning a wedding, the next I'm picking up my whole life and starting over somewhere else. So when I say I don't want to date you, it has nothing to do with you specifically. It's not about the club, even though we both know all your time isn't spent doing noble things. I take a deep breath and lay back against the pillow, watching his eyes go from sad to looking at me as if I was in awe. I don't know which one is better. Your ex is an idiot, I'm sorry, is all he has to say at first. And you're right.
We're both right. Now, can we continue this another time? I'm tired and want to sleep while I hold you." He kisses my forehead, and I giggle, nodding in agreement. That's what he does. He holds me, and I have every intention of falling asleep until I don't. Chapter 11. Roland. I'm glad for every moment I get with Paige. It's enough that I come all the way over here on a whim just to get a taste of her, just to feel her. I like how her place is set up. I feel like I know her better. The picture of her, and who I assume is her dad, aids that fact. But I like feeling I'm surrounded by her, like I'm in her space. But I want more than that. This is just a start. Her panties were burning a hole in my pocket, and as funny as they were to find, I'm not enough of a creep to hang on to them. But I get past all the formalities and get right to business. I need to taste you. I hope you're a good girl, Paige. I get between her legs, inhaling her sweet scent, swirling around me, feeling her squirm on the bed for more. Yes. Her voice is breathy, mesmerizing. Good enough. I start working at her, lapping up her falling moisture and circling her clit. The hard bud pulses against my tongue as I swirl and move it around, eliciting more moans from her. I love how loud she is, and the way her soft thighs are clamping around my head and holding me prisoner. I don't stop, not even to breathe. I just need her. The way she tastes is better than any other way I could have imagined. Sweet, just like her. My cock grows hard to impossible limits, and I want to be buried inside her. But I want her pleasure first. Oh, God, Roland, please don't stop. Oh, my God. She moans, rolling her hips to meet mine. Even as she comes, I don't release her, keeping my mouth on her until I can feel her pulse slow. Holy shit, she mutters, and I kiss back up her body to meet her lips. I look right in her eyes as I swipe her juices from my mouth and kiss her lips instead. She wraps herself around me and deepens the kiss. When she starts rolling her hips over my cock, my self-control is tested to the absolute limit. I kiss her, focusing on her tongue, swirling with mine, for as long as I can. Fuck, you don't want to do that before I wrap this shit up, I murmur. She unlinks her arms and legs from me, and I dig around in my jeans for a condom. I keep my gaze trained on her, watching her body raise and fall with her rapid breathing. I crack my neck and feel more of the desire I have for her pooling in my cock, begging to be in her. Turn over, sweetheart, I tell her. In fact, I demand it. She turns over and I get distracted by her ass, the perfect amount of ripe skin against her rounded hips. My mouth salivates at having her again. I lift up her hips and slide my cock over her clit, feeling her shudder against me. You ready? I always have to ask her, in case she wants it slow first, which I do, even though it isn't my style. But there is some dirty in her, too. God, yes, she exhales. Her head is turned to see me, and I bury myself inside her. I lose myself in her, not wasting any time before I start fucking her, hard. The thick gray headboard hits against the wall with each thrust, and I go as fast and deep as I can, as hard as I can. I grab her hips and hold her in place. Her skin ripples from the force, and her torso stays pressed into the bed. I look at her face, contorted in pleasure from the side. Her lips pursed and poised to moan. Her red hair is tousled and strewn over her neck. Oh, God! Oh, God! Her nimble fingers grip her sheets with nowhere else to go. Roland! She moans my name when she comes. She clenches around me, and it makes me get closer to the edge. My cock tightens, and my back goes weak as I release, coming hard and blinking my vision back. Her body has gone soft, and I hold her up until I finish. Then I lay my body over hers as I breathe deeply. Paige? I whisper her name and tilt her head to kiss her. Our tongues lace together, and I taste her with the kiss, deepening until I need to breathe. That was amazing, she says as she stretches. I grin and turn her over, smiling at her. Yeah, I feel a lot better now.
I smirk at her and kiss the corner of her lips. I like how soft her skin is right there, what it feels like to kiss her, but not do it for any other reason but wanting to feel her. "Were you actually stressed out?" she asked me with a spike of curiosity in her tone. Then she starts getting under the covers, and I help her, watching her naked body and letting it distract my train of thought. "Yeah, a bit. I talked to the guys at the club and we worked it out," I tell her. She nods once and blinks slowly. I can tell she's tired, and while I have no idea what time she usually goes to work, I figure it's pretty early. "That's good," she says, and I feel her watching me. "Are you actually like a president to them, or is that just for decoration?" she asks me after a while. It's her soft giggle that makes me less defensive about it. I turn on my side to look at her and let my fingers trail down the soft skin of her shoulders. "Why do you ask those things? I mean, do you actually want to know, or are you telling yourself I'm not that much of a bad guy, or a good guy, whichever one works?" I ask, and try not to sound defensive, too, because I don't mind that she wants to know. I just don't want her to use my answer against me one day. I spent enough time around old Tank to know that a woman is more than capable of pulling your strings. He left the club for his. She shakes her head and pauses as she thinks. "I don't know, truthfully. I've just never heard of it before, and I'm curious. But I'm not using it to tell myself that it can be better if other people do the bad stuff or if you do it yourself. And I don't want to know everything. I don't need the specifics. I think that club is the best way of knowing who you really are. It's..." She trails off, and I finish it for her so she doesn't feel like she's putting words into my mouth. "It's my life. You're right." Her lips press a hard line, and I regard her carefully. I lay back and keep an arm around her waist. Having her close to me feels good. Her soft skin and the weight of her body on mine is comforting. "So, it's important to you, whatever it is," she says. "Yeah, it is. They're my family, and my actual brother is in it too. If I fail, then it's all on me, my fault, my doing. But I still love it. It's my life. I only got to be president last year after the other one left the club. Now it's me. It's actually a pretty funny story. I kind of played myself. I laugh once, even though I only find it funny half the time. Spence and I work things out pretty easily, but it's still hard to know that he almost fucked this up for me. "Why? What happened?" She smiles up at me, and I knew that would catch her attention. I smirk at her and exhale a breath. "So I brought my brother here to look out for him and whatnot, around a year ago. But he went and got involved with the Prez's daughter. It was a huge fight that ended with him leaving the club to be with his family, and now my brother is happily shacked up with her. It's ridiculous." I chuckle at the memory. That shiner Tank gave him is still funny to me, though. She laughs, her soft noise. "That's kind of cute, actually." "Yeah, I guess. But anyway, the club is just what I do. You get people out of jail. It's just things that we do. But this..." I turn back to look her right in the eye. "This is me wanting to know you, Paige." I kiss her, firming my lips against hers, so she knows that I meant it. "Roland, it's not because..." She licks her lips and pulls back. I watch her audibly tense up and then relax a bit, feeling me hold her tighter. I get the sense she's about to tell me something that she wouldn't normally want to, something hard for her. I don't even feel like time is moving too fast with us. It feels just right. It felt right to hightail it over here and let her comfort me, to tell her about the club and what it means to me, and it feels good. I feel lighter and not tied down. Her gray eyes stare into mine, and I wait. "My ex, he cheated on me. For a long time he was cheating on me, and I didn't even know. One minute I'm planning a wedding, and the next I'm picking up my whole life and starting over somewhere else. So when I say I don't want to date you, it has nothing to do with you specifically. It's not about the club, even though we both know all your time isn't spent doing noble things." She takes a long, deep breath. Meanwhile, my fists clench at thinking of that bastard that hurt her. I can't believe anyone would be so stupid. Paige is smart, beautiful, witty. I know I'm lucky to know her, and I've only just met her.
That guy is a dumbass. I'd like to go find him and teach him a fucking lesson on how to treat women. Even the worst guys at the bar don't cheat. They make it clear they won't be exclusive or they cut the girl loose. This, what he did to her, it made her different. And I accept the challenge of healing her trust again, even if it isn't me. Your ex is an idiot, I'm sorry, I tell her, so I don't get into all that and ruin the mood. And you're right. We're both right. Now we can continue this another time. I'm tired and I want to sleep while I hold you, I say, grinning at her. She smirks back and further snuggles up against me. My eyes are prepared to droop closed and never open again, but instead I kiss her, and she kisses me back, wrapping herself around me and deepening the kiss. It threatens to never stop, and I don't want to. I'm pretty sure we fall asleep kissing like horny teenagers. It's a bit rejuvenating, to say the least. I want more from Paige, with her. I just need to figure out how I'll get it.
Chapter 12. Paige. So let me get this straight. You went there to start a new, simple life and ended up with a biker boyfriend who may or may not be a criminal? He's not a criminal. He was speeding, I lie, even though I have told her the whole story already. I text Lauren here and there, but it's hard to encapsulate everything into text messages without fleshing it out. So we are finally able to talk on the phone one lazy weekday that I got off work early again, and she doesn't have class. It doesn't happen often, but sometimes court dates are shifted or there are just not that many people in the jailhouse, which is different to when they are already in county. Shut up. You totally told me that he does some other stuff too. That's why the police don't like him, she cackles. Well, yeah, but it doesn't seem like he enjoys it, you know? He's more about the club in general, I tell her, but I don't even feel like I have to talk him up. It's been a few weeks since we've started hanging out and not dating because I insisted on it, but in the beginning I kept comparing him to my ex until I realized I didn't have to. There really isn't a comparison, and I don't have to defend him to anyone. He calls when he says he will, is considerate in all regards, and seems to be a generally nice guy, no bullshit at all, which is refreshing, but also worrying, since I don't want to end up actually liking him. That would only prove difficult in the long run. I guess so, but I mean, it's still pretty weird considering the fact that you're a lawyer, she giggles. Yeah, I'm a lawyer, not a cop, and a defense lawyer at that. I sit on my couch with a bowl of chips and start snacking. I was with Roland this morning, speaking of, and my knees are still weak because of that. I was almost late for work, too. Okay, right, so you're like a power couple in crime. At least he's a good guy. I mean, it's kind of funny that he's a better guy than Jason was. What a jackass. Yeah, you can't judge people, I mutter over chewing, and I'd done that in the first place. I mean, I met him in prison, after all, even though it was a petty crime. He disclosed his other activities with me still, so I knew what I was getting into. I guess it is just a choice I have to make, and I still think about it sometimes, about what it is that he does, or asks other people to do. It's the same difference. Oh, for sure. I'm glad you're stepping out of the box a bit. Have you stopped wearing your hair in buns? She laughs at me. It's a sensible style. I break off, remembering when Roland commented on it, and he likes it, says it makes him want to loosen me up. Whatever, nerd, she laughs with me. We continue the conversation with other random stuff and chat for hours. It usually ends up being like that anyway, because we don't get to talk at length that much, but it is nice to speak to her. One of these days we'll actually go through with a plan to see each other, but we both know how unlikely it is that will work. It's just after I get off the phone with her that I finish snacking and my phone rings from Roland calling me. The familiar smile and flutter in my stomach that comes with thinking of him in any way floods my body. Paige Travers, Esquire, I answer with a smile, knowing how much he likes it when I do that. I hear him growl in that regard, and it makes me smile further with a small laugh. Hey, sweetheart, how was your day? He asks me. I can hear glasses clink in the background and know he is at the club. It was boring, nothing fun, I say. Except the one case I had lasted 4 hours with 3 recesses until the jury came to a deadlock, and I will still have to deal with that tomorrow.
You didn't save anyone from jail?
He chuckles. Nope, I guess I suck at my job, I joke, which is only funny because just yesterday I negotiated his case down to no court appearance at all, removing the need for judge oversight.
I guess so. I want to see you tonight,
he says firmly, even though he just saw me today. But I can tell that he really means it.
And not like a date.
He sighs, like he knows the routine, and it makes me smile a bit, more than just talking to him. It is frustrating because I know that I like him and that this could be more, but I have had bad luck in these regards, and I don't want to end up down that road again and mess things up with him. He's really been understanding, though, and doesn't pry me at all to press the issue and try to convince me. I at least let us go out and eat in public now instead of grabbing takeout and hiding in one of our places. But I wear leggings and a t-shirt or something, so it isn't a date, and it's only at chain restaurants. But I still think about what it might be like if we went on a real date, and I actually called him my boyfriend, agreed that I was his girlfriend. It sucks that someone can mess me up like this, and I have no control over it. Okay, what do you want to do? I ask, even though there are some limited options.
I thought I'd bring you to the club. We'll actually plan to be there at the same time this goes around.
I hear the smile in his voice and giggle. Yeah, that'd be nice. I pause. To meet your friends? I ask with a half-panicked tone and sense him noticing it too. He chuckles.
Whatever you want, sweetheart. I don't have to tell them anything.
I am silent again because he always says that the club is like his family, so it feels like he's asking me to meet them, and that's pretty serious. My body clams up at the thought, and I beg myself to just relax and not blow this out of proportion.
Paige, it's not a big deal, and we can go somewhere else if you want. The club is like my family, so I can see how that might have been a hefty suggestion.
He sighs, and I feel him waiting for me to answer. Even when we talk on the phone, it feels like he's right in front of me, pinning me down with his dark eyes and winning me over. We don't have to go somewhere else. It sounds like fun, I say, and I actually mean it too. I've already met his brother, even though it was an accident, and that's been fine. Granted, I haven't seen him since, but still, we have met. The others should be fine. I imagine it'll be just like meeting work friends, and that's it.
Okay. You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Don't worry. I was just being, I giggle. His chuckle is short.
Yes, I know. I'll pick you up around 6, he says.
He already knows that I like to do things earlier in the day, since I have to go to work early. Sounds perfect. See you then, I say.
See ya.
He hangs up, and I stare at my blank phone until I can calm my breath. It really isn't a big deal, and I keep reminding myself that as I pass the hours away. I tug on a pair of jeans and add a plain yellow sweater to it. The sweater wasn't my first choice, but I didn't have much of one because I hadn't done laundry in a long time. I brush through my hair and put a little bit of lip gloss on. I learned to stop wearing makeup after smearing it all over the back of Roland's cut. It was the first time I saw him any less than calm when he had to clean it off. He treats that thing like a child. His bike, too. I grow more excited to see him as the minutes pass, even though I saw him just this morning. Soon enough, his heavy knock on the door fills the apartment, and I'm rushing to it. Hey! I smile after swinging the door open, facing as sexy as hell Roland. His jeans are a lighter blue wash today, his t-shirt gray and tight, and cut the same as ever. It's his windblown hair that gets me every time, the way it lifts and falls off to the side, leaving his square jaw to shape his face and full lips to smile at me.
Hey, you look like sunshine.
He holds my gaze as he steps inside and then sweeps me up with a kiss, one that makes my toes curl and body weak. I wrap my arms around his neck to hold myself up as I lean into it, and his arms cinch around my waist as he holds me close. His lips start a rough onslaught over mine before he adds his tongue, tasting me and filling me with his rugged scent and hard grasp. I moan against him when my body cements to his, feeling his cock stir against my thigh. He swings us around and presses me against the wall, kissing me like it's been days since we've seen each other and not simple hours. But it feels that way.
Fuck, I missed you all day.
He kisses down my neck, giving me a chance to breathe, and I gasp for air. I missed you too. I cinch my fingers in his hair and hold him to me as he suckles my skin. Then I slide my hands down his body and wrap around his back underneath his cut to feel his muscles.
You look sexy as hell,
he growls, pulling back. I see his swollen lips and flushed cheeks for a flash before he kisses me again. Our teeth clash with the rush and the immediacy of it, needing to be against each other. I wrap my legs around his waist and hold him to me as he kisses me harder, swirling his tongue with mine until I feel it all over my body, making me practically gush for him. It's crazy how much I want this man, how much I need to have him, and it is just as scary. He suddenly breaks the kiss and pulls back. He combs his hair back, and I try to fix myself back up as I smile.
We should go before we get out of hand,
he grins, saying in his deep voice. I nod. Yeah, I laugh once. He takes my hand and leads me out and down to his bike, passing neighbors, having a lingering look, but I'm used to that by now. I wrap myself to him as close as possible, like I always do, and enjoy the ride. I stopped closing my eyes the whole time and seeing everything whip past me in a rush, but being pressed up against him is an unexplainable feeling, one that I've gotten used to. What is new is pulling up to the club with everyone staring at me. I wish I were exaggerating, but I'm not. There are people piling in and out of the club, and Roland is holding my hand as we walk inside. He squeezes me tight when he senses me lagging.
Don't worry about them. They just want some gossip.
He leans down and kisses my cheek, brushing his lips against my ear. I nod just as we walk inside, and my eyes adjust to the dark light. The room is huge, but has plenty of people in it, more men in cuts that are in all sizes, but have the same hard look on their face. Roland leads me to the bar, where there are empty seats. His brother is at the bar again and greets us.
What's up, Red? My brother drag you out here to this hellhole?
He strides across and grins. I see the easy similarities between them even more, especially when they smile. He sure did. I smile and get settled in the seat Roland pulled out for me. Then he sits next to me, close by, so our knees are touching.
Something sweet?
He asks me, and I confirm. He leaves and comes back with a beer for Roland and a drink for me.
See, that's not so bad.
He grins at me, nudging his shoulder against me. I lean against him and smile. It is kind of nice being here with him. I feel like I'm part of his life without fully committing to him, if that makes any sense at all. But it is the only thing I can seem to convince myself of. I sip my drink and watch the flat screen posted above the bar, showing a random basketball game.
Rafe!
Some guy calls out from behind us, and I don't know what the hell he's saying or who he's trying to talk to until he goes up to Roland. He has dark hair and a sensible look to him, even though his colorful tattoos suggest otherwise.
Thanks for drawing attention to me,
Roland responds as he shakes his hand. I smile to myself, watching them interact like old friends. I suppose they are.
I'll keep the guys away from you. Who's this?
He nods to me from the other side of Roland where he stands. I part my lips to speak before he adds something else.
I should call you Ariel, because of the hair.
He smiles, and even though I only have eyes for Roland, I can sense the swooning potential.
This is Paige, Roland answers. Paige, this is Kit,
he explains with a neutral tone. I can tell he's brushing it off, like he isn't introducing people that are important to him. Kind of endearing.
I'm his one and only friend. Don't let him fool you.
Hey! Spencer shouts from down the bar, and we all laugh.
Brothers don't count,
Roland mutters, and he leans in closer to Kit like I can't hear him, but I still eavesdrop when I can help it.
You took care of that thing earlier?
I watch Kit's face in the corner of my eye get serious when he nods.
I'll keep the guys off your back. See you later, Ariel.
He waves and means it, which just makes me laugh. He's a hoot. I laugh once. Roland shakes his head at me but grins. He was my first friend here, let me crash in his place when I first joined the club, he explains. Oh, that's nice. He seems great, I say, which only makes him laugh. He's a man whore. Don't give him too much credit, he deadpans, and that only makes me laugh now. I figured most of the guys here are. I mean, women like the whole bad boy biker thing, I assume. I sip my drink and let the heat leave my face when I feel him looking at me. He turns, so I'm between his legs, and he can lean in closer to me, making my skin flutter and heart skip. Do they? He smirks. I bite my lip and turn my head to him, close enough to feel his breath on my lips. Sure. Is that what attracts you to me, the bike? No, because you aren't always on your bike. I giggle once. He leans in close enough to be at my ear, and his lips brush against me. I forget we're even in public, but I walked in to see people fondling each other at the pool tables and making out by the dartboard. So you like the other thing that you can ride, then? His voice drops, and I feel my legs tightening. My mouth goes dry, and I feel the slight alcohol slipping through my system. Maybe, I whisper. He pulls away and softly kisses my cheek as he does. I lick my lips and try to calm myself. He smirks at me, knowing the effect that he has. We're in public, I warn him, when his hand slides farther up my thigh. It's like my jeans aren't even in the way when I feel his heat seeping to my thighs. This is my place. I can do whatever I want. He chuckles but pulls back because he knows I can only accept his occasional illegal activities and not actually partake in one. I finish my drink while he has another beer, and then we leave the bar, weaving through the crowd until we get to this back room that looks like an office but isn't really one. There is a desk and a dark leather couch, but that's about it. There are pinned-up photos and their club logo in random places that makes it seem more like a museum. What's this? I ask him. He shuts the door behind him, and the cinch of the lock tightens my neck. My office. He steps around me and takes his cut off, tossing it on the couch. My eyes roam over his muscles and the wrapping tattoos around them, getting distracted. Is this couch safe to sit on? I giggle. What? He gives me a funny look and laughs before sitting first and waves me forward. I sit on his lap, and he wraps his arm around my thighs on the top, and my body presses to his. My lap is more comfortable. He kisses my shoulder, where my sweater drooped down. So it isn't safe, then. I tuck his hair behind his ear and do that a few times. He starts to nearly purr when I do. I wouldn't know, honestly. This was Tank's office when he was prez, he explains. Do you like doing it? I ask him curiously. I get the sense that he does, but he doesn't talk about it much either, I guess because he can't. But he seems to have a good thing going with all the friends he has here. Family, I suppose. Yeah, I do. It's part of my life. I can't imagine not doing it now either. I settle closer to him and look in his eyes. What about before? He half smiles. So you can ask me about my past, but I can't take you out on a proper date? He chuckles, but I know he means it more than he is joking about it. It's not like that. I mean, I want to know stuff about you. If things get serious and then I realize I made a mistake, I can't go through that again. You think I would hurt you? He asks me, his jaw tightening. No, but I stop, because even with my ex, I had a feeling, and I have none here. I don't think you'll hurt me. I just need time, I tell him honestly. I know it feels like I'm asking him to wait for me with no guarantee, but the last time we talked about it briefly, I gave him an out, and he didn't want one. To know that he likes me that much is equally scary, too. Good, 'cause I won't. And you know how I feel about you. He sighs and shakes his head a bit, looking off past me in thought. He focuses back on me, and he feels even more vulnerable. I already told him about my family, being an only child, and my mom passing away when I was young. My dad is a quiet man and did the best he could, a tax attorney that was as antisocial as possible. I see him once a year on Christmas, but at least I have a family to go to. I was in foster care for a long time, Spencer and me, but he was too young to remember what our real parents were like. He swallows. Were they horrible? I don't even start by asking if they were bad, because they clearly were, if they had to be in foster care. He gives a short nod. Yeah, the usual stuff, drugs, petty crime. More often than not, they were arrested for something. I remember being 4 and staying home a lot, in one little room with Spencer. You took care of him? I ask, a bit shocked at how young he was. For some reason, I just imagined him being 15, looking after an 11-year-old that can look out for himself, but not still a young kid. I had to, but I don't let him know about all that. He doesn't remember. Maybe he blocked it out or something, I don't know. But it wasn't until junior high or so, when we were in and out of foster homes and he started getting into trouble. I couldn't if I tried. I had too much. Anyway, my life is better now, and I owe it to the club. I probably would have washed out, and Spencer would have too if I didn't drag him here. I half smile. That's very big brother of you. I guess I'm good at that, he smirks. You're good at a lot of things. You're a good non-boyfriend, for starters. I giggle and kiss his cheek, mostly to try and eliminate all that heavy talk. He sighs and holds me closer. I guess I am. I don't know what it is, but when he says that, it makes me want to be serious with him, actually call him my boyfriend. I'm just afraid that once I take that leap, it'll mess up all the good parts, and I don't want that to happen. Because now I know I need this to be real. Chapter 13. Roland. I just saw her, and I already need to be with her again. Paige is under my skin. The first thing on my mind. I don't know how else to contain it. I kiss her up against that wall like I wasn't just buried inside her earlier, but it feels like centuries ago. Bringing her to the club is more for me than for her. I've never brought anyone in here that I'd met elsewhere. It's a part of me, and it does feel like bringing her home, but I'm glad that she agreed to go, even though I know she doesn't want to be serious yet. Not too serious, at least. My brother is already familiar with her, but the other guys at the club are none the wiser, so I freak out a bit when Kit shouts my name when I manage to slip in unnoticed. Billiard day is the time to do that. Thanks for drawing attention to me. I half joke with him because I mostly mean it. We shake hands and he leans on the bar next to me. I'll keep the guys away from you. Who's this? I should call you Ariel because of the hair. Kit smiles at Paige, and he already knows she's with me, so it's not the one he uses to flirt. I hate that I know that, but he is my best friend after all. This is Paige, I tell him. Paige, this is Kit. I'm his one and only friend. Don't let him fool you, Kit says, and it's mostly true. Hey, my doofus brother shouts. Brothers don't count, I mutter. Then I turn to Kit. You took care of that thing earlier? I ask him. I had to leave to grab Paige. I hate being late when I say I'll be there at a certain time because I don't want her to get anxious. But we were dealing with the Devil's Princes again. They ransacked one of the convenience stores and tagged it with our logo. But luckily I know the owner, and he knew we would never do that. He confirms that he did, and I feel slightly better. I'll keep the guys off your back. See you later, Ariel. He waves at Paige, and I glare at him, but he only chuckles in response. He's a hoot, Paige laughs softly. I glance at her in the smooth yellow sweater she has on, and I love how it bounces off her pale skin. He was my first friend here. Let me crash at his place when I first joined the club. I grin. Oh, that's nice. He seems great. I laugh in response. He's a man whore. Don't give him too much credit. I figured most of the guys here are. I mean, women like the whole bad boy biker thing, I assume. She sips at her drink, and I watch her lips curl around the straw. That small movement gets me going. I turn so my legs are open to her, and I just wish she could reach out and grab my cock right there. But I don't want to turn her into one of these club groupies. Do they? She bites her lip, and I lean in closer to feel her breath on my lips and smell the sweetness of her drink. Sure. Is that what attracts you to me, the bike? I lower my voice and trail my lips over to her ear. No, because you aren't always on your bike. She giggles, and it's breathy, like she's aroused too. So you like the other thing you can ride, then? I drop my voice and feel my cock paining at the simple thought. Maybe. Her whisper trails off. I kiss her cheek and pull away in time to see her wet her lips. I smooth my hand up her thigh until it rests over her hip, my thumb almost where it wants to be. We're in public, she warns me. This is my place. I can do whatever I want. I chuckle, but move my hand from her for the same reason I don't outright kiss her right now. She finishes her drink in the same time I have a second beer. I'm loose and relaxed and just want to be alone with her. Some of the times we meet up, we don't even have sex, just watch movies and cuddle. I can't believe she turned me into a cuddler. What's this? She asks me. I have led her inside my office and let her take in the room. My office. I step around her and take my coat off. I sit on the couch with her, after her little joke that might as well be serious, because this couch has been here longer than me, but the room just smells like the rest of the bar, beer and leather. We're having a nice, soft moment before it gets serious, and in the time I think about avoiding it, I just let it happen. What about before? Her voice is soft. I half smile at her. So you can ask me about my past, but I can't take you out on a proper date? I chuckle so it doesn't feel as bad. It's not like that. I mean, I want to know stuff about you. If things get serious and then I realize I made a mistake, I can't go through that again, she says. And it's the first time I got a more direct answer. You think I would hurt you? No, but... She stops, and I hope she really believes it. I don't think you'll hurt me. I just need time. Good, 'cause I won't. And you know how I feel about you. I sigh and bring her closer to me on my lap. It doesn't even feel sexual the way we are right now, and I know that makes us more than she wants to be right now. All I can hope is that if I give her enough of me, she might give me some of herself too. I was in foster care for a long time, Spencer and me, but he was too young to remember what our real parents were like. I tighten at the memory. Were they horrible? I just nod. Yeah, the usual stuff, drugs, petty crime. More often than not, they were arrested for something. I remember being 4 and staying home a lot in one little room with Spencer. I shake my head a bit at that. At least he didn't cry a lot or make much trouble, but it's like he knew that things were hard enough. You took care of him, she asks. I hear the shock in her voice and wish it weren't there at all, but it is just the truth. I'm not trying to score any points. I had to, but I don't let him know about all that. He doesn't remember. Maybe he blocked it out or something. I don't know. But it wasn't until junior high or so when we were in and out of foster homes and he started getting into trouble. I couldn't if I tried. I had too much... Anyway, my life is better now, and I owe it to the club. I probably would have washed out, and Spencer would have too, if I didn't drag him here. I exhale with the end of my short life story. Not much has happened at all. It's not like hers. She told me in passing, but because it was easy, too. She doesn't remember her mom much either, and I know that makes her sad sometimes. She grins at me softly. That's very big brother of you. I guess I'm good at that. I smirk. You're good at a lot of things. You're a good non-boyfriend for starters. She giggles and kisses my cheek. It makes me feel warm inside, and it becomes just another thing she can do to me. I guess I am. I hold her tighter into a hug, wishing I could freeze this moment. Here in the club, that means so much to me. And Paige, who I never thought would capture my heart, but she has. I can only hope she lets me capture hers. I've been waiting for the ball to drop for a while now, waiting for the other shoe, the bad side to all the good. But it hasn't really come yet. Paige was right. I got a letter in the mail about a week later detailing my $500 fine and 10 hours community service. It's completely over the top, but only because the cop has it in for me. I look over my shoulder and expect to find him sometimes, but I don't. All I see is Paige and our not dating dates. For the past few weeks, I meet her at the club and take her somewhere for dinner, go back to either of our places, and sometimes we just talk. It isn't always sex, and I like that about us. That's not all that it's about. She gets me, and I know that sounds crazy, but it's the truth. She doesn't ask me about things going on with the club, not even when I had to leave for a couple of days and came back with a busted lip. She doesn't insert herself in my affairs, and I stay out of hers, even though there is a big difference. But still, it doesn't even worry me that she's a lawyer, because even though she could probably turn me in and get a huge payday, she doesn't. So that's all it's been, me wooing Paige and dealing with the club. My busted lip came from going over the Devil's Princes with Darius and getting into it with their prez. But it was some of their other members that we didn't get along with so well. It was his fault, but I had to have his back. Cue fight. We waited for the next drop, but none of them tried to intercept. It's like they're playing us, and I can't get my head around the game yet. The guys at the club help out. Spencer tries to help, but I don't want him in the middle of a gang war, if it comes to that. So I'm still kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. I don't see why you can't tell me where we're going. I need to know what to wear, what to do with my hair. Paige giggles over the phone, and I laugh. I'm sitting in my office at the club, having my regular midday phone call with her while she's on her lunch break. Just come as you are. We'll be naked soon enough anyway. I chuckle and lean back in my chair. Okay, Roland. Just be ready at 7. It's never fun when you leave me waiting on your couch. This is a real date, Paige, I say, though I wonder what her response will be. Her long silence does half of that. A real date? Yes, sweetheart. The kind where I pick you up, say nice things, and we go about our night together. It's been, 2 months now? I mean, unless you plan on skipping town, I don't see why we can't make this official. Official? She asks, as if she plans on repeating what I say for the rest of this phone call. I don't know why she's so nervous about this. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, like you're my girl, official. I'm not going anywhere, Paige. I don't plan on running around on you. Just trust me, I tell her. I do trust you. I just don't want to. She exhales. I don't know what that means, sweetheart. What are you telling me? I sit up alert in the chair and get a bad feeling in my chest. Her silence lasts too long, and it kills me. I'm saying I don't think we should go on a real date, Roland. As much as I want to, I'm not ready. Her voice softens until it's only a little more than a whisper. So, where does that leave me? Things don't have to change, Roland. Because you don't want them to. You just want me to wait forever with virtually no hope. So where does that leave me? I ask again, and start to wonder if I even want the answer. If I even want to know what's in store for me with her. I want her, of course. I want her badly. To be mine. Not to temporarily think that she's mine and then wake up and find her gone. Or telling me that she doesn't want me after all, like she's about to. I don't know, she whispers. I groan under my breath, not wanting to sound mad at her, but it isn't her fault. It isn't her fault that she doesn't want to let me in. But if she never planned to, she could have told me that in the beginning. When did you know that? That you didn't know if you wanted this or not? Roland, because you could have saved us both a lot of time. Maybe we shouldn't have this conversation over the phone. Her voice cracks. I shake my head and know that I'm not getting anywhere with her, that I probably never will. We shouldn't have this conversation at all. I hang up and slam my phone on the desk in anger. Fuck! I groan. I don't know how to wrap my head around this. It pisses me off that she even has this much control over me. I don't get it. She comes out of nowhere, and all of a sudden I'm begging a woman to want me over the phone. It doesn't make sense. She agreed to the date last night, in person. Maybe because we were naked and I just finished having her 9 ways to Sunday, but she agreed all the same, wondering what she should wear. Now this. Whoever had her before really put her at a disadvantage, and I don't know how to prove myself to her. But at least that other shoe has finally dropped. Chapter 14. Paige. If I knew life would be this good, I would have started over sooner, come here months ago. Each day I think about my ex less, and all the hurt. I've even stopped tracing my finger and remembering a ring briefly being there. It feels good to grow. Even better that Roland is part of that. He's just so charming and kind and rough around the edges, but has a soft middle too. When he wants to, at least. Most of the time I forget about the law-breaking pastime that he has. I still worry about him, though. He doesn't tell me everything, but apparently there is some other club trying to challenge them or something. I don't really know. I just hope he doesn't actually get hurt one of these days. When he left for 2 days and came back with an obvious punch to the face, I felt like it happened to me too, and that's pretty scary. It was a few weeks ago, and he hasn't left again, but I worry that one day he'll go and end up in some sort of a drug war. I don't know why he affects me this way. I tried to keep him at a distance so this very thing wouldn't happen, but that failed. I could only keep him so far when we were eating together and having all the sex in the world and occasionally sleeping in each other's arms. I guess I should have seen this coming. I talk this over with Lauren all the time, and she has no advice. Only that if I don't feel like he is Jason, I shouldn't be worried. But I know he was a good guy in the beginning, too. There's no telling where I might end up with Roland. I don't want to have feelings for him, but I do. Every day at work I smile to myself and walk around like I'm the happiest person alive because of him. But I don't want that to be true, because then he has power over me. I shouldn't have gotten involved with someone so fast. I should have stayed to my agreement with myself. But Roland rode his way in, easily so. I'm sitting down for my lunch at my desk, glad that Kayla isn't here to eavesdrop. There have been some awkward moments on that front, but it's the only time I can talk to him during the day until I meet him later. I don't see why you can't tell me where we're going. I need to know what to wear, what to do with my hair. I laugh to myself. He asked me on a date last night, a real date, and not a drive-through takeout one where we end up back at his or my place. At first I was apprehensive, but it sounded nice, fun. Now that I ask him what to wear, I imagine us going on an amazing date where I realize that I love him and don't want to let him go. I stop eating my chicken salad and ruminate over that. Just come as you are. We'll be naked soon enough anyway. His chuckle is deep and flies through the phone, settling me in the chair. It's only the fact that I'm in public that I refrain from getting swoony, dreamy eyes. Okay, Roland, I giggle. Just be ready at 7. It's never fun when you leave me waiting on your couch. This is a real date, Paige, he says, and I laugh at the memories. It was only a few times, but sometimes I come back home and need to get out of the work clothes that followed me through the jailhouse and cells and shower it all off, sometimes with him. But in the silence, my mind goes back to what he said, about it being a real date. And that image of me loving him and being left in the dark comes flooding back. A real date? I ask. My voice is shaky and I swallow it back. My mouth goes dry, but I don't reach out for my water to quench it. Yes, sweetheart. The kind where I pick you up, say nice things, and we go about our night together. It's been, 2 months now? Unless you plan on skipping town, I don't see why we can't make this official. His voice is humorous, but every word just makes it all the more real for me. Being official sounds like the society parties I had to start going to, the smile I had to put on my face. Obviously, I won't have to do that here, but it would feel just as suffocating. Roland isn't like that, though. He's been patient and kind to me, understanding that it isn't him that makes me like this. Official, I repeat again. I might sound stupid, or like I'm just repeating him, but it's all I can do to try and wrap my head around it. Yeah, like you're my girl, official.
I'm not going anywhere, Paige. I don't plan on running around on you. Just trust me, he says. His voice is so sure, and I am everything but sure. I don't know how he does it. I do trust you. I just don't want to. I take a deep breath. This conversation feels too heavy to be having in a place like this. I think about moving, but I'm frozen to the chair. I know at least that much. I trust Roland. I believe that he won't hurt me, and he'll be there for me. I trust him. But that didn't go over well for me the last time. It hurt too much. Now this all feels too real. I'm almost glad this is over the phone, because if I were looking into his deep, dangerously warm eyes, I would not be so certain. I don't know what that means, sweetheart. What are you telling me? His voice goes from the even, warm humor to something deeper and darker. I stay silent so long that my voice rings in my own ear from the last word, and his breathing starts matching mine. I'm saying I don't think we should go on a real date, Roland. As much as I want to, I'm not ready. I whisper and swallow back impending tears. I can't cry here, and I'm almost going over my lunch break. But I can't just hang up and run, as much as I want to. My finger itches to end the call and just avoid this conversation. But I don't. I stay on the line and wait to hear how much of what I said hurts him. So where does that leave me? His voice wavers but stays firm somehow. I imagine how he must look, his face contorted in confusion. I've only seen it when he's on the phone with someone from the club and never at me. But now I am doing this to him, hurting him. That is never what I wanted to do. I should have known sooner, but I'm only realizing it now, and telling him may be bad, but leading him on could be worse. Things don't have to change, Roland, I say, as if that's any better. Because you don't want them to. You just want me to wait forever with virtually no hope. So where does that leave me? He asks again, and I still don't have an answer for him. I don't know, I whisper, falling silent after. I'm stunned and frozen in the chair by my own doing, by all the things that I feared most coming to light. Roland is a good guy. After all, he doesn't blame me or get angry. I was right about him and myself, and that's why this is happening again. When did you know that? That you didn't know if you wanted this or not? He asks slowly, probably as afraid of the answer as I am. Roland, I start. Because it could have saved us both a lot of time. He interrupts, his voice rising only a bit. Maybe we shouldn't have this conversation over the phone, I say. My voice goes from being uneven to cracking with the threat of tears. I hold them back as best I can, burying my face in my other hand. He sighs, and his breathing is cut off. We shouldn't have this conversation at all, he says before ending the call. I stare at my phone, a little shocked, but that's all that I expected. I wouldn't want to talk to me either. I find it in me to get up and rush to the bathroom. Once in the safety of a stall, I let the tears fall, sobbing from my chest. I'm fairly certain that I've just ruined my life all over again, and I hate that it is over a man. Again. Roland is worth it, though. He is actually good, and I'm the one that messed things up. I don't know how to fix it, or even what to say. But I am hoping that the truth will work.
Chapter 15. Roland.
I sit at my desk, a boiled pit of anger, just waiting to strike out or do something stupid. I stare at my phone and think of calling her back. I shouldn't have hung up on her. But I was just so angry that I didn't know what I might say to her. What I might have done is something I may not have been able to take back. Paige is special. She's a good woman, and if I give her time, she might come around. But I can't get stuck waiting for that day. So eventually I get up and walk out to the rest of the club. Some of the guys are posted out and having a relaxing Friday. Mine is shitty as hell. Rafe, we've got a message. Kit walks in. He's a huge guy who's actually as mean as he looks. What?
I bark back, not even worried about the side eye that he gives me when I do. From the Devil's Princes. Their prez wants to meet. He hands me an old-style paper with their seal on it. That's the way we do things, so it's all untraceable. All it has is an address. I frown at it because this is the last thing I need right now. I fist it into a ball and toss it on the ground, having memorized it already. Fuck, that's just perfect. I walk forward and straight outside. Kit follows me. Let's ride. We return to the compound and I sit low on my bike. My body slumped with all the emotions I had to endure today. First Paige, and then the Devil's Princes. At least it didn't end on the same bad note as last time. He actually listened. Their prez is an older guy with old ideas and a mean Irish streak that'll let him do whatever violent act he feels like he needs to. But I'm a reasonable guy. I have youth on my side, reason, and I used it to my advantage. I'll be around far longer than he will, and his territory will be left to a bunch of guys that shoot first and ask questions later. That's why their club is smaller than ours. So we compromised. I used all the skills that Tank taught me. For the drug runs that pass their territory, they get a cut. And if their guys cross us again, I have every right to eliminate them. Simple as that. It should work. Until it doesn't. Instead of waiting for that day, I focus on this one, where I have to get my girl back. Chapter 16. Paige. I leave the bathroom, picking myself up and dusting myself off and all that jazz. I have 4 cases to get through, and the work helps keep me busy so I don't beat myself up in my head. But then the work is finished, and I have nothing. I don't know why I expect to find a text from him or a missed call, but I don't find one. The drive home is sappy and spent crying at stoplights. I realize how I really feel about Roland, and it makes my heart ache. And I try to figure out how to get him back. But I don't even know his address. I never drove myself to his house. That thought makes me feel even worse, but I can't keep dwelling on the bad stuff now. I can't go to his house, but I can still find him at home, at the club. So I go there. I take the faster highway route, and I'm dropped in their parking lot 20 minutes later. I'm nervous as hell. My knees shake in my skirt, and I make sure my pink blouse isn't too revealing. But I'm only nervous about him seeing me and turning me away. I don't know if Roland would do that, but I do know that he's a stand-up guy. Honorable. It helps me open the heavy wood door and step inside. The sounds and beer smells are very familiar to me by now, even the way some of the guys will turn and stare until they mind their business again. I'm glad when I spot Spencer at the bar and I go over to him. "Hey, Red, what's up?" He grins. He looks a lot like his brother, and I wish I could practice this on him, but clearly I can't. "Nothing. Where's your brother?" I ask him, leaning against the bar. He sets down the glass he was wiping and nods. "He just left." "Left?" I ask. "Yeah, he had to go somewhere. Then he came back and left just as fast again. Why don't you just call him?" I sigh with defeat and sit on the bar stool to rest. His phone must be dead. I kept trying to call him on the way, but it would just go straight to voicemail. "Yeah, he's shitty at keeping his phone charged. I'm sure he'll call back soon enough." He leans his forearms on the bar and smirks at me. "Did you talk to him earlier?" I ask, wondering if he might have told him. But I know men have different gossip patterns than other people. "Nope, we aren't the talking type. You want to wait around for him, or what?" I sigh, shaking my head. "No, that's fine, thanks." I step down and head back out to my car, planning to just go home. But I hope that I can talk to him at some point. If his phone really is dead, then once he charges it, he will see my missed calls. Unless it wasn't dead, and he was just avoiding me. I text him instead, saying that I'm sorry, and then start the drive home. The tears stop, and my makeup is streaked down my face, but I accept that I will feel like a mess until I get home. But he is there, all around the place he is there, I can't escape him now because I let him in. I don't regret that. I just regret not keeping him. I arrive at my building, parking and walking along the sidewalk with my head down. It must be why I didn't see it. I come to my door and find a very familiar face standing there. "Roland! Oh my God, I'm so glad to see you!" I rush to him, hugging him tight around his middle. He stiffens up, but I just grip him tighter. I inhale his warm scent and let it wash over me. I thought I'd lost him, and now he is here. "Roland, hug me back, please. I have emotional issues," I say through tears, laughing once, but not meaning it. He sighs, and his arms come around me. I feel the muscles constrict and lose myself in them.
"I'm mad at you, Paige."
His gruff voice floods my ears and makes me smile. I pull back and look up at him, wiping my tears. "I know. I'm mad at me too." I step around him and unlock my door, leading him inside. He sits himself on the couch. I walk around and stand in front of him, a safe distance considering all the things I want to do to him. "Paige." He looks up at me. All the emotion in his body pours into me. I look over, his taut jaw and pursed lips, the way his jeans and cut fit his body like a glove. He's so sexy and enigmatic. I'm drawn to him.
I love you, Paige. That's what I was going to tell you tonight, after I took you to a stuffy 5-star restaurant with $50 entrees and white tablecloths. Because I thought that's what you like. I mean, what you're used to. I'm not used to this, us, but I love you anyway, and I can't force you to love me back, but I can only hope that you do. I'm not ready to give up on you," he finishes. His voice gets all serious, and his eyes just open up to me, and it's like seeing a man I never met before. "Roland?" He raises his hand, stopping me. "Don't say anything if it's just to appease me. I don't want that, sweetheart. I just want you to know the truth."
I release a breath, finding it in me to breathe normally afterward. I take my shoes off and go over to him, in disbelief that he actually does love me, wondering how to tell him that I do too. "I'm going to tell you the truth, Roland," I whisper, stopping in front of him. He looks up at me, and I find strength in the way that he does. I hold his face in my hands, and he tenses before relaxing, leaning into my hands. I step forward until I'm straddling his lap, awkwardly so in my skirt, but it is still nice to feel his body against mine. "Roland, I tried to keep my heart out of this, but you just dragged us both in. And I know I still have a lot to work out, but I did mean it when I said I trust you. But not when I said that I don't want to. I do want to. I'm in love with you too, Roland. And that's scary, for I don't know how long, but I'll still love you in all that time anyway." I look in his eyes and watch him hold the same face before he falters. He relaxes his face and smiles at me softly, and that takes away every heavy feeling I have. "Are you still mad?" I giggle once. His reply is to wrap me so tightly against him that all I can breathe is him. All I can feel is him.
"We'll see,"
he says. He lets out a little growl before kissing me, before claiming me with his lips. I fall in love with him all over again in this kiss. I see how much he loves me too in this kiss. His lips against mine have purpose and poise, and I hold him against me. I was all wrong about him, thinking I could just have fun and that would be the end. It was only the beginning. I came here to start a new life, and now I have. With Roland. No matter the consequences or the fear, he taught me how to face them, even though I still have a lot to get through. We break the kiss, and he carries me off to the bedroom to really make me his.
Epilogue. Roland. I probably shouldn't be coming back here. I feel like I'll get arrested for just being here, but I do it for Paige. Most of what I do these days is for her. It becomes the center of my life, doing things for her.
one of which is picking her up from work for all the world to see. It's been a few months since our little declaration of love, and now every day is like a honeymoon. We talked about how it might look if we were together, but she said she would worry about her job and I would worry about mine. It works better that way. I mind the club and she minds the law. It's actually pretty comical, us being together, but it works. I eventually told the guys at the club the whole story about how we met, and then once she was introduced, I love her. Only my friends at the club, though, Kit and Darius and Logan, too. Spencer already knew, and he dogs me about it every chance he gets. I just swiftly remind him of the Prez's daughter. Once I park my bike, I dismount and lean on the side of it to wait for her. The doors open like clockwork at 5 p.m. I grin at her, the tight white skirt she has on doing wonders for my concentration, making her look like the angel she is. Her red hair swings behind her in a ponytail and bounces with her descent down the steps. "Hi," I smile at her. "Hi." She just about leaps into my arms. I kiss her, swinging her around to rest on the bike, tasting her and inhaling her sweet scent. I know it by heart now. I know all of her by heart. "You ready to go?" she asks. We usually go to my place after I pick her up. It's bigger and she likes it better anyway. I pull back and lick my lips, tasting her gloss on them. Actually, I look in her gray eyes as I hold her around the waist. "What?" she giggles, holding my arms over my cut. The weather is still warm, mid-fall, and the wind blows her scent over to me. "I want to marry you, right here at the courthouse," I tell her, and wait for the drop. The fear of commitment thing has gotten better, but maybe that's too much. Her last fiancé, I can see why she looks the way she does. "Roland, we don't have any rings." I laugh loud at her. "That's your excuse? We don't have any rings?" I chuckle. "Well, or a witness, or a certificate." She rambles. "Okay, Your Honor, can I get an answer somewhere in here?" I smile at her. She stares at me with wide eyes, and I watch her mouth open and close as she stutters. You want to marry me?" "Yes, you want to marry me, too." I smirk at her. She releases a breath and throws her arms around my neck, kissing me hard. "Is that a yes?" I chuckle, my lips mashed against hers. "Yes." She kisses me back. "You asked me this just on a whim?" She giggles. "I saw you wearing white, and I just knew it. I don't want to waste any more time. I know what I want," I tell her. "I want you too." She smiles wide. "Let's do this." After our perfect, random, on-the-spot wedding, I get to call her my wife, and don't care that we did most of it backwards. I did get her a ring, one that she got to pick out herself, and that was it. In the passing weeks, I told the guys at the club and took a little time off, just to take a little road trip and call it a honeymoon. It only lasted a weekend because she didn't want to miss too much work. We got her out of the lease, and now we live at my house together. It's nice, waking up with her every day. "Now that you're my wife, can you learn how to cook?" I wrap my arms around Paige, my wife, and lean her against the kitchen counter. "Why should I have to when you know how?" She giggles, wrapping her arms around my neck. "Fair point, I guess. I can be compensated in other ways." She laughs. "Other ways? It doesn't work that way, Roland." She slides her hands down my face, raking over my stubble with her nails. "It does now." I kiss at her neck, hearing her breathy sigh and making one of my own. I think I can get on board with that." She kisses me, a soft mix of our lips together and souls connecting. Sometimes I don't even think of her as my wife, only my better half, the piece of me that came along and decided it was going to fit. I wouldn't be the same without her, and I don't want to try. Not ever. I love you, Paige, so much. I lift her up and wrap her legs around me. "I love you too, Roland. I love you." She smiles, looking like the sun itself in my midst,
and she kisses me back harder than before. I return it. For the rest of my life, I know I'll love her the way she loves me.
This has been Cardinal, an MC romance, Outlaw MC Book 2, written by Ethan Egorov, narrated by Randy Fuller. Copyright 2019 by Ethan Egorov. Production copyright by Ethan Egorov.